Ladies and gentlemen, officers participated in the 11th International Symposium of the New Generation of the Navies. Ladies and gentlemen, in my capacity as director of the Naval War College, I wish to express my warmest welcome to all officers participated in this symposium. We would also like to thank all those who have honored us with their presence in this auditorium and virtually as well. The Naval War College, which I got the honor to lead, it was created 94 years ago thanks to the initiative of young Peruvian officers who saw the need for a higher education center for the improvement of the study of warfare. In this way, and thanks to the decision and drive of the officers of the American Naval Mission in Peru, especially Rear Admiral William S. Pye, we achieved that a dream in 1930. From that distant era to the present day, hundreds of officers from the Peruvian Navy, as also from the Peruvian Army, the Peruvian Air Force, as well as naval officers from other countries such as the United States, Argentina, Korea, Chile, among others, have graduated from our classrooms. Very soon we will be celebrated 100 years, not with knowledge about the warfare, but also with a adequate professional network that benefits the defense and security of our common interest. It was within this experience and line of thought that since the year 2014 we've been celebrating this event to create a space for professional cooperation within a framework of friendship, trust, and shared values. 11 versions of this event have taken place with the participation of different countries, with a total of 273 participating officers that got the chance to participate. This, we have a network of younger officers, so we are sowing this for the future. This event got the participation of officers from different Greece, including officers from the War Naval of Peru, and that created a network, as I just mentioned. This year, we have the presence of officers from Germany, Argentina, Australia, Chile, Colombia, Spain, United States of America, Italy, Mexico, Panama, the Netherlands, Peru, and the Dominican Republic. We are experiencing very complicated times globally. That's why the organization of this event will cover specific matters and related to the local, the current context. We invite speakers and faculties from different parts of the world to share their knowledge and their experience and their opinions about what's going on in the world right now. That is why we will cover the area of cybersecurity, special warfare, and the new domains, and specifically the conflicts that we are having and the new means utilized in those conflicts. I would like to thank to General Commander of the Navy, Admiral Luis Polar Figari, the General Director of Education of the Navy, Rear Admiral Enrique Arnaez Brasky, for the trust placed in us for the organization of this event. A special thanks to Foundation Konrad Adenauer, to Robert Helbig and Ms. Flor Pinares that help us to have here Doctors Anje Notzel and Natalia Watkowitz. I would like to thank the presence of the four presenters coming from the United States, Germany, and the Netherlands. And also, I would like to thank the U.S. Naval War College, the University of Chemnitz, and the AYA Hospital that make possible the participation of these distinguished speakers. In this sense, it is a source of special satisfaction for the Peruvian Navy to have the chance to organize this event this year. It is an unquestionable opportunity to provide benefit to our nations. That's why I thank the participation of all the officers coming from the different countries and the distinguished speakers. In the frame of this, what I just meant, I consider inaugurated the symposium, new domains, technologies, and means. Thank you very much. So we consider as inaugurated this international forum, International Symposium of the New Generation. This year, during the general development of this symposium, the officers of the participant delegation got the chance to carry out different dynamic activities and to have an interaction, what allowed them to exchange experience and knowledge that we are sure are going to be shared. This forum will be split in two parts. The first panel will have two speakers, Dr. Natalia Watkovic, she's a faculty of the AYA Hospital, and Anje Notzel, a professor. At the end of this panel, we will have a recess or a coffee break of 20 minutes. The second panel, we have the presentation of two great speakers, Captain U.S. Navy Alfred Turner and Captain U.S. Navy Pete Pedroso, both teachers of the U.S. Naval War College. So let's start with our first panel. Natalia is a lecturer and researcher at the Hague University in cyber operations and social engineering in the Information Security Management Program. Before to being appointed in the university, she worked for the Civil Cooperative NATO Civil Military Cooperation Center of Operation, leading the Wargaming Modeling and Simulation Project. She's an author of two books, the Wargaming Experience series, discussing the military and civilian insights into this discipline. She's an associated researcher and faculty of this international policy of the Technological University of Germany. After studying in Sydney and in Germany, she graduated with a thesis about the political aspects and the safety for the energy. Now I will give the floor Luis del Carpio, director of the Peruvian Naval War College, who is going to be the moderator in this panel. Okay, let's start with our first panel. As you know, the topics are close related to the new domains and the new threats and the spatial domain. So let's please, Natalia Watkiewicz, you got the floor so you can start sharing all your knowledge.
Yes? All right, that's a bit better. We are discussing the future technologies and the future of the navies. And I would like to speak about very combined topic, the known unknowns of cybersecurity in military operations. The first part is what we already know, so what we could observe and measure. The second, maybe more difficult part is what we do not know, but we already have seen it in action. So we have not yet worked it out in the detail that is required, but it is possible to analyze it. When I first visited the academy, I had the privilege to also take a step into Admiral Grau's memorial. And what he said about education is that we need enlightened and honorable officers. And I think I can today enlighten a bit the topic of cyber security. How do I change the slides? Okay. I would like the next slide. Thank you. I know there was a bit of introduction, but I will say more about the topics that are relevant for our discussion. Actually, my first research that I conducted into military affairs was a comparison of military maneuvers. So before the first war in Ukraine, I collected the data and I was very interested if we would be able to predict which exercise remains an exercise and which one will escalate into war. So I was very interested in prediction of the future and how we can verify what is true and what is only a myth. After that, you can imagine that with such a specific topic, fortunately NATO offered me a job, otherwise it would be difficult to translate it to other organizations. I was working on advanced technologies which are essentially too expensive for any one nation, including US. So we were grouping nations into advanced capabilities that could in the future pay off, but were not possible individually. And it's very nostalgic to come back to the Navy because I was working on anti-submarine warfare. So at that time I could discuss different depth and different range of the radars, which was a very good link for the future in wargaming that also tested scenarios that we had at that time. And I am currently a lecturer at The Hague University. And it was promptly explained what I teach. So indeed, cyber operations and social engineering. I usually shorten it to how to break stuff. So we have very good testing of infrastructure. I also research decision making, and if you think about cybersecurity, like all human endeavors, we would like to consider we are rational. So we can gather a number of facts, arguments, plus, minus, we are able to make a decision. But I thought it's a bit too easy to say so, because if you look at our cyber problems, they are mostly caused by impulses. So we swipe, we click, we very quickly move through the cyberspace. So I tested whether the rational part of the brain would activate, the emotional one, and I have to tell you I found something very concerning, because we also make cyber decisions with no activation. So we don't think when we conduct cyber actions. But we can today maybe not solve it, but we can definitely know what is there to think about with cyber. Next slide, please. So we have challenges when you think about cybersecurity, and I have chosen a picture of a hospital because that is a place which would affect everybody. It can also be a sick bay at the ship or at the academy. What we are observing is the number of attacks overall is growing by 100% every year. So the chances that it comes to our doorstep also increases. What you also can notice is, unfortunately, and I say that as an ethical hacker, it pays very well. So if we would combine the money that are made by hackers around the world, they would actually make a country that is in top 10 incomes of the world. Huge economy. At the same time, we started to standardize it. For example, a company now can buy an insurance. So we accept that if I am hacked, I will get money from the insurance to pay off my problem. So what this does is we actually professionalize the group of criminals that work on it. The most frequent target for the attacks, and that's why I mentioned the hospitals, are governmental institutions and individuals and public administration. So I actually end up being in all three groups. And the problem there is, as you might imagine, the government, the military is the target because the security is slightly worse than in the industry, but the money is even higher. The information is extremely sensitive. Why individuals? Because it is easier to pick out a lecture from the university than to crack the whole system. So if they are able to catch me, they would be able to get the information that is making money. Last but not least, geopolitical motivation is on the rise, and we can link it with the situation in Russia, Ukraine, Israel. So another reason for this photo of the hospital is there was an incident where 3 of the Dutch hospitals were hacked as a retaliation for sending military assets to Ukraine. So if you imagine now that you are the director of a hospital and Russians are coming after you for the F-16s that crossed the border, you would have rightfully said, well, that was not my idea, but still the consequences come to you. Next slide, please. What we see as the current threats, and the picture probably you recognize from the recent, it was not even a hack, it was just incompetence. We had a problem with one of the patches that were sent out before the weekend, and all of the computers running on Microsoft at that time were paralyzed. So we are very reliant on third-party systems. We also have AI that has proliferated very quickly, but it can also be used. So if we would have an officer who gets a very urgent assignment to make a security brief on the new technologies in submarines, and he feeds information into AI, he actually does not have anymore the rights to that information. So it is, of course, a tool, but it's also possible to abuse it. And same with copycats. In one of the recent exercises we conducted, we produced a deepfake video of the commanding officer that announced that everybody should surrender 2 days into the confrontation. And they were outnumbered, and they were in a bad position. So if we would say that this technology has power to change the course of the war, then likely we would see that as possibility. We also see that cybersecurity has maybe not yet the role it should have in military planning. And I split it into levels because likely you are from different courses of your career. First of all, on a strategic level, you can notice that you have now real-time situational awareness. So it is necessary to update the plans very quickly because of the drones, because of the satellites. There will be much more, I'm sure, said in the space segment right after my presentation about that. One of the things we have not figured out is the force ratios. I think from your education you remember that you could say if you are attacking, you should have at least 9 of your own friendly forces for 1 defender. There were also calculations like that for peacekeeping missions, at least 20 to 1 for insurgent operations, surely for maritime attacks as well. What we don't know yet is specifically how to calculate cyber attacks into that. We can make a guesstimate, we can make an estimate with the information we have that, for example, it takes 10% of our force, or that less information is available, so we would be 20% less effective. But I have in fact not seen the formula that predicts it well. So we do not yet have a full recognition of the impact of threats. Let's say the command and control center is under a ransomware during an active mission. It is, I have not seen yet that estimation done well. But we can model the risks, like I have mentioned to you about decision making. So we can divide it into blocks that have to be decided and say which ones would be the most influenced. So at the end, we would have a picture like you see, but with more accurate data. On the operational level, likely you are already observing that you require new structures. There has to be a specific cyber security operations center. There has to be quick response team. So what you will have to learn as the future of the Navy is how to use them, because it requires additional training. We also introduced computer forensics, and it has a number of applications. One, you have to be able to detect an intruder in the network. Two, in many cases with successful attacks, they are not immediately used. So the attacker would sit in the network, observe, and then at the moment that it is the most advantageous, they would take their move. And in the meantime, they are collecting enormous amounts of data. So when we received some of the data pertaining to Ministry of Defense in Russia, there were gigabytes of data that we could look at, from the planning of operations up to how much fuel was ordered for a specific unit on the border. What we can also use from cybersecurity is detection of behavior. In the past, you would have counterintelligence that is very closely looking at expenditures and our colleagues' behavior. Now it can be fully automated. It can, for example, see if somebody visits the same fuel station every month and ask for the access to the video tapes and see if there is anything suspicious. So this data is very easily obtainable when we think about detection of anomalous behavior. We could look, for example, at the logs if you are not traveling and you would log in from Lima. Then it is very likely not my signature. So taking it on the operational level, you have an enormous amount of possibilities to improve the security. At the same time, we also have challenges because of that. So on the tactical level, you have likely followed an American problem where soldiers wearing Fitbits, the fitness watches, would translate the data into an online database that was not fully secure. So even though their super secret military base in the desert had very good security, if you would see at 6 o'clock in the morning 200 people running in the area where there is otherwise nothing officially, you could make a very good supposition, we have found something. And then you can also ask the question, who runs at 6 in the morning in the desert? And likely your only answer is, this is a military base that we were not previously aware of. So personal security on the tactical level can be very dangerous. We can also, for example, collect signatures. So coming back to the smartwatches, let's say we would be able to isolate the electronic signature of young soldiers that are every day preparing with PT. And afterwards, I'm able to track them, so I can connect it with their presence online. And essentially, I would be able to, for the rest of their career, place them in their deployments. Of course, I would never do that because I'm an ethical hacker, but it is theoretically a very dangerous scenario when we think about even base training. Even further, there was a number of incidents reported in Russian-Ukrainian war where the mobile phones simply led to not only discovery but also immediate targeting. So leaving off our young soldiers, we had a period in this war where every 3 days a Russian general was perished by a missile. So there we can see that communication on the tactical level must have an alternative which is non-electronic. And the reason is we have automated tools which make the detection extremely easy. What you see on the picture, it's a so-called red teaming bundle, and it is commercially available around $900. So it is, I would say, affordable for any actor with malicious means. What you can notice there is they will have a couple of things. So they will have own jammer of the signals, so you don't see their presence, but at the same time they have a collector, which I mentioned, can map out the frequencies and potential, what we call people users. So it can map out the number of people that are involved in a given activity, also make patterns of their behavior, and at the end find a way to breach the system. I also mentioned command and control, and this also has been tested by practice. So the problem is, and I believe it really depends on the given military. This will be one of the future questions. How do we train units to not receive orders? If we can conceive that the connection with the command will be broken. So we actually have very bad experience with that in the latest conflicts. So the question would be, if we have a number of observed and measured effects, we have also a number of things we already know, but they are not yet specified, how do we include cybersecurity into military planning? You could use the methodology which is called TC, so that is target, effect, complexity, and integration. Many times we mention cybersecurity has not played a big role in a conflict. And I think what people mean with that is we do not see the same effect of kinetic and digital actions, but both are complementary. So starting from the target, we could specify the category and the system. And the more digital, the more we know it is a potential vulnerability. So even with a simple street light system, you could say green is resilient, yellow potentially breakable, and red even very easily breakable. So when we looked at one of the hospitals in Netherlands with their permission, we discovered we don't even have to break into the system because they have left so much information in the available websites that it is enough for us to conduct an attack. And the reason, and I completely resonate with it, was that they answered, we value transparency. And I think military has a similar challenge. For example, if you are making a public order, public purchasing, you must announce it. And you also have to give all the details so people can compete honestly. So you have to, for example, for your uniforms, specify what will be the material, what will be the measurements, what is the metal that is used for your distinction. But imagine I'm a bad person and I would consider, what if I could put something in that metal? So I think we have to distinguish between transparency that is promoting rightful conduct, as Admiral Grau said, honorable and enlightened profession. But we also have to distinguish that sometimes it could hurt more than help. So the target, as I mentioned, if we consider the most popular one being government, individual, public institutions, there we have to focus not only on military assets, but everything else that facilitates action. If we would consider another category as military leadership, as I mentioned to you, a big threat is that there would be either unauthorized access to the communication device that is called in cybersecurity a whale attack. For example, if you are able to be a person in the middle between finances and a CEO, you could simply change the bank account that the money is going to. CEO does not look, that's the job of the finance. But if I am in the system and I am directing this communication, it can lead to millions of losses. If we put aside the commercial effects and we say I would be able to be the person in the middle between the commander and the subsequent units, I could make a lot of damage just by sending communication which looks like it was directed from the high command. If we have our number of targets, which we can then prioritize, systematically analyzed, you could look at effects. And here we are mostly focused on direct effects. I completely agree. There are also indirect effects. When the Dutch battalion was sent to the Baltics, for example, there was an orchestrated effort to find their pictures through LinkedIn and Photoshop them into compromising situations and send those pictures back to the families, which you might imagine completely disturbs the so-called home front. But this is essentially a reputation damage. So this affects, we would take into consideration but not map them directly. What would be more dangerous is if I prepare this campaign, smear campaign against the unit, and afterwards I can catch who is calling home. And then I have the mobile number of that specific person and I can again trace them. So we are looking at the direct effects experienced due to the attack, and here again it would be, for example, sabotage of GPS or even more dangerous, changing the coordinates that already have been chosen in a given weapon system. You could, for example, also count on the paralysis of the system. So if you are locked out of all the accounts, and you require a given information that is on the secret level. So in many places we are not allowed to print them because that would be too dangerous for operation security. What if you cannot access it anymore? So locking out would be one of the direct effects where that causes inability to use a specific system. We should also look at complexity. So that is how advanced, sophisticated the attack is, and what is the scale of it. So what we have noticed in Russian-Ukraine war, they have actually been very simple attacks. But they were often, and again, they were persistent. So there would be potential breaches that were dormant, sleeping for months, and they were only used when they were needed. So for example, I would like to attack a given area, and at the same time, it is in my interest to turn off the railroad system. So if I have potential access to the steering of the trains, I could then only use it. And that is what we have seen. So it has been a way to increase the effects on the ground. And it might be also a bit misleading if we only take examples from Russia and Ukraine, because there we are not dealing with the highest development of cyber security or cyber offensive. So we have actually encountered an enemy that is fairly easy to beat. So for every of the attacks, within 3 to 4 days, there was a solution. But it would be very difficult if a country who is at the top of the cybersecurity expertise would be using it in the warfare. So what we have seen is simple password brute force attacks. That means that there is an automated tool that tries all of the possible passwords, and at the end they will just take time to crack it. And again, individuals are much easier to attack than the whole organization. So at the time where we were doing some friendly testing of the systems in one of the countries, we found welcome one as the password. I think my favorite one was lovely. We thought it was lovely to have that as the access point. So that remains still not as a mystical and digital threat, but as a very simple, unsophisticated attack towards the system. And the question remains, what is the scale of the attack? So when I mentioned to you, well, I could technically, if I'm stubborn and evil, map all of the cadets of the academy and trace them throughout the years. I could look at their digital signatures, and with enough persistence, each person has habits which you would be able to observe. The question is, why would I do that? What is the scale of my ambition? But on the other side, if I would later look at it and decide to make a plan where all of the units are affected, I do have a way to use it. We have seen maybe on the largest scale attack on mobile communications in the whole country. And it was combined with bombing of urban areas. So the most pragmatic problem that has to be challenged here is how do we alert people to evacuation if they are not able to receive the usual alert on the phone? But the alternative proposed by Ukrainians was actually military men with a microphone going through the streets and alerting the population. So there is a way to solve it, but it can be dangerous in combination with military action. And that is the last element of this model, namely the integration of cyber attack with kinetic action. On its own, I would agree in this war particularly, we have not yet seen a decisive cyber attack that would change the course of the war. It has changed the speed, the information, the potential of using different systems, but you could not consider that it has either won or lost the war. So you could there map how integrated the actions are. Let's say the annoyance of Dutch military who was deployed and received strange messages. This is just a part of influencing campaign, whereas the turning off of the mobile communication during a bombing is actually much more dangerous, because you literally have to put military on the street while the bombs are falling. So if you look at the model, you have the target, the effect if it is directly attacked, the complexity with the scale, and the integration. That way you would be able to, in my view, demystify cybersecurity and make it more specific for your purposes. You are able to list all of the systems as well as the human targets that would be relevant for your estimation in military planning. Last but not least, if we have this kind of system, I believe we could come to a point where we have scenarios where cybersecurity is decisive. Especially, that is just the data we have currently, but in the future likely we will have different examples. If we look at the front line of Ukraine-Russia at the moment, there are places where it is positional warfare. So very old school trenches and potential meters of advancing or returning. And even more important, bridges and embarkation areas. There, cybersecurity was decisive in the example where Russians were preparing to cross the bridge. And Ukrainians, if they can receive this information, because Russian mobile phones are rushing through the same area, and we have the signature of the artillery commander, so I know that they are bringing something heavy. And there was a choice. We could technically just destroy the bridge, right? We could stop this military action from happening. But I believe Ukrainians have reached a level of brilliance where they did not choose to just stop that action. They chose to let the heavy machinery pass and then destroyed the bridge. So what it created is the machinery cannot come back and it cannot disembark because they are under fire. So they have been put into a trap, And the information, which could have been obtained in different ways, but in that case it was completely due to bad cybersecurity practices, that information has now won the battle. And you could see that there is no way to escape, so the only potential choice was actually to surrender and make a new camp of prisoners of war of about 500 people. But that would also mean they are unable to use that heavy machinery, and this was a decisive win for the current war. So especially for the bridges and embarkation areas, the movements and the positions would be extremely different. If there are bridges that have continuous fighting, you now see not only drones that are used for both patrolling and suicidal actions by the drones, but also jammers, right? So we see action and counteraction, which produces evolution of the use of digital assets. So this is where I would like to work on more in the future, on the decisive moments, because that would be the moment in planning process where all of the lights are red. And this is the part precisely which requires the most attention. This is the presentation that I have prepared to enlighten the topic of cybersecurity and translate it into actionable tools that we can use in the planning process. So the TC model is a very good way of structuring the information and extracting these decisive scenarios where we see that the effects on a very high value system or group would be integrated into military action, and the complexity, even if it is low, could have very high effects. I have left the last slide for questions, which I think will come after both of the presentations. In the meantime, you can note my email if you would like to discuss the cybersecurity issues in more depth. I am curiously quite present in the digital space, so I'm also active on LinkedIn and X. As the last point, I will leave also the Cybersecurity Living Lab, which is what we are developing at The Hague University, where we have projects precisely guided by these questions. And the only guidance that we give is it has to be the highest impact, and it has to serve society. So a question of how to protect submarine in an open warfare during a cybersecurity attack would be something that falls into my future work. If you would like to reach out about those kind of projects, I'm happy to discuss after the presentation. Thank you very much.
Un aplauso.
We really appreciate and thank you, Natalia, for her presentation. As you were able to see, the cybersecurity topics has very important and very interesting. We have had an increase of cyber attacks levels. We are quite sure that the cyber attacks damage the system, but also there is an economical impact on port operations, impact on the life of the people, millionaire losses of money, but specifically the possible impact on military operations. Now we will go to the next presentation. Mrs. Angie Notzol, please, to you the floor.
So Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank you, Admiral DiCaprio, for the invitation. I feel very honored to be here. It's my first time in Latin America, my first time in Peru, and I really want to thank you for the hospitality of the last days. And I'm here to bring you up to outer space. So we will talk about the strategic competition and future warfare, and I want to show you how space is a critical domain of every multi-domain operation. We might jump into what I'm going to talk about. I'm talking about lift you up to the space. Sometimes it's called space, outer space, universe. For the sake of being short, I will keep to space here at this point. What does it mean when we talk about space? Where does space start? And here we have to look at the so-called Kármán lane, meaning that space is it's kind of an imaginary boundary. We don't have like a boundary really out there at the altitude of around 100 kilometers above us. And it's a distinction between aviation and space travel, as it is the approximately altitude where the atmosphere can no longer be used to generate significant dynamic lift for a flying object. It was calculated by an engineer in the early 1950s, and he calculated that this distinction is at around 83 kilometers, and it is proposed to round it as an altitude of 100 kilometers. Why is this important? Because it's relevant as it is the distinction between space and airspace. And airspace is a subject to sovereignty of the countries, whereas space is a sphere of global commons. So states have no sovereignty in the field of space, which means that it is the only area, the physical domain, that offers the possibility of a constant and legal military overfly from any location of Earth. So you cannot control who is above your space in space. And space, as we think about it, it goes up to the universe. There are endless areas out there. We will focus today mostly on the Earth orbits. And they're not just one orbit. We have different orbits around Earth, and I will just briefly show you how they are relevant. Most relevant are like the geostationary orbit and also the low Earth orbits, and they have different implications. Like the low Earth orbit is from, as I said, 100, but this starts getting used by about 200 kilometers above Earth up to 2,000 kilometers. And here we have a lot of communication systems, we have a lot of Earth observation systems, and we will see later on it's the orbit that is widely used at the moment. The mid-Earth orbit is especially important for the global positioning and timing systems. You see here that we have like the GPS system, we have Galileo, we have Bandu, so we have all the positioning and timing systems. And we have the geostationary orbit, which means you have a satellite that is on the exact position and stays on this position over Earth. So it's also pretty important for especially military satellites. Why we talk about space? You all got connected to space already today, and we will do it several times a day, as space is already from significant importance for civil applications. We have observation satellites, reconnaissance satellites, communication satellites, and also satellites for these highly precise timing signals. And they're not only relevant for weather forecast, for your TV broadcast, or maybe to use your mobile phone to know where you are for navigation. So we also need it for the coordination of power supply, for control of transportation systems, shipment, air traveling, and also the coordination of like public transport. So we have a lot of applications where we use space every day and for different purposes. But as all of these satellites and of all of these applications, they are of dual use. So they all are very important from a military point of view, as all these space-based systems have become critical enablers. So data, products, and services are critical for operational planning and executing. And you here see some examples of space-based capabilities. as Earth observation is also important for weather-related frameworks. For missile early warning, we also need these systems. We have the positioning and navigation system to position and navigate your troops for executing precise attacks, search and rescue missions, for example. We need reconnaissance and surveillance for analysis and evaluation services, for operational and tactical planning. And above all, we need space situational awareness. So we need an awareness what's out there. So with these systems being so important for modern warfare and for modern armies, it is also a critical point of weakness and a critical point of strategic vulnerability. So meaning that these space-based infrastructures becoming more and more high-value targets also. So we have to be also aware not only what we are using it for, but also that it is already in touch with every warfighting function. And it is a kind of, as a term named in this quotation, connective tissue. So it is connecting the different areas of warfighting. And as we are more and more talking about multi-domain operations, so meaning combinations, these areas, we need space-based systems. So space, to sum up, is a key for multi-domain operation. So space capabilities touch every warfighting function. And they are essential to compete and fight in every domain. So it makes it hard with all these evaluation. We will just come on to the developments we see in space, that it's getting harder and harder to hide tanks, troops, ships, and potential even submarines in the future. It enables real-time warfare and has a significant impact on the outcome of battles, as we see in the war in Ukraine, as we witnessed with their application of new space systems and how they used it in their resistance against the Russian aggression. So the character of warfare has fundamentally changed with no going back to the ways we fight was before. So we need to be aware that we will have more and more hyper-transparent battlefields due to the usage and application of space. And as I said, first of all, if you have this military importance, it's important to have like the awareness. So we have to look at what is going out there, who's there, with what implications. So we have to have a look at the space domain awareness. And if we look at domain space awareness, I want to briefly show you some of the developments and framework conditions we are now witnessing in space when we look in space. What happens out there? What are the strategic changes we saw the last decade, you can say? First of all, we have an internationalization of space. Space is becoming more and more global. What do I mean? So we have more and more countries that are active in possible space applications. With now, here you see different, as the darker it is, as more usage of space they have. So you can use space for manned space flights, planetary exploration, commercial operators, rocket launches, launch vehicles, exploration, military issues. So what we see now, we have around 80 countries now that have a space program or space agency. We have 10 countries, no 12 already now, with independent launching capabilities that have the possibility to launch assets into space on their own. And we have so-called great space powers, meaning 6 powers, the United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, and the European country with the European Space Agency that has a kind of autonomy in space, meaning they are able to autonomously carry out most of the strategically important space activities. So when we talk about who's active in space and who has power, we have to differentiate between power in space, meaning you are able to use space autonomously, as I mentioned, for all possible applications. But we also see power through space. So space is an instrument for pursuing geopolitical claims and goals on Earth. And we see that those space usage and possibilities will grow in a highly dynamic path in the next decades. So you see here just that we have founding countries with space agencies are going to grow up and to 100 until 2030 space startups. I will just talk about the commercial aspects in a few minutes. But also the active satellites, they will jump, the launches will jump. And so what we see is that more and more countries are getting active in space. But it's not only countries. We also have a kind of a commercialization of space. So we see not only states, but more and more private actors, commercial players getting active in space and challenging a kind of the state monopoly we had until now. Just as an example, the spacecraft that launches in the first 3 months of this year and where they're operating, and you see that I would guess it's over 80% of them are coming from commercial operators. So what we see, we see that a new area, new economy, new economic sector is growing, is establishing in space, and it's so-called the new space sector. So since the early 2000s, we have a development of new space industry. So before, we also had commercial actors that were developing space assets, but here, since then, the private companies created large, expensive individual solutions for these space agencies, like the NASA or the European Space Agency. They said, we need this kind of capability, this kind of function, and then the companies done this what they've told for. What we see now is that we have new individual solutions, a new commercial industry that is based on not finding the solutions they are called for, but offering new independent capabilities, services. And it was made possible to SpaceX. As the changes in rocket design, especially reusable rocket designs, highly dropped the costs for bringing a payload into orbit by 90% already. You see here in this graph. And if we will see the Starship, like these really huge, that we have the fourth test fly already, if Starship will be operationally, we might witness another drop of 80 to 90% in costs. So bringing the cost of 1 kilo payload from, in former times, like $16,000, not only down to 1,000 something we are now, but down to maybe $300 to $100. And that's just an amazing reduction. And that will bring huge dynamics in the whole sector, which we already see. So we have a global space economy. And it's worth over $600 billion last year. It has an average growth of 9%, and it's forecasted to soar around $1.8 trillion in 2035. So these are new actors, new important actors that are out there in space, and we have to cooperate and we have to commit with them. So also the global space activities by category, you see that the commercial infrastructure and also the commercial space programs are nearly three-thirds of all activities in space in the last years. This also leads to a third characteristic, congestion. We have a rapid increase in the number of objects in space. And if you look at that website, it's a very interesting one, by the way, it's what's in that space, you can see on real time what's out there, in which orbit, and how it is changing. Until now, right now, we have over 10,000 active satellites in orbit. And to show you the huge dynamic, back in 2016, just 8 years ago, we had 1,400. And now we have over 10,000 satellites. So look at the dynamic. Currently, we are launching 20 to 50 new satellites each week. Back at the beginning of the century, we launched 20 to 70 each year. We have now, SpaceX is launching a rocket every 2.8 days. A new rocket bringing payloads and up to 20-something Starlink satellites into orbit. So it is not an overestimation that we might see 20,000 to up to 70,000 new satellites additionally by the end of this decade. And this brings us to the really need to have not only space situation awareness, we also need a space traffic management. Especially when we look in low Earth orbit. Over 85% of all satellites are in low Earth orbit, and that's how low Earth orbit looks like. Every red dot is a satellite, and every blue is the line, it's orbit. But we don't only have active satellites out there. Unfortunately, we have a high amount of space debris out there, debris. So we have approximately 36,000 recorded parts of space debris. That's okay, you can manage it, but you can only record parts that are at least 10 centimeters on average, meaning like this size. Everything that's smaller than this, we cannot track. And there are estimations that we have on top of these 36,000 parts that are recorded, around 1 million between 1 centimeter and 10 centimeters, and approximately 130 million between 1 millimeter and 1 centimeter. That's pretty small. Okay, who cares? That's the size of 1 centimeter. And in space, traveling with thousands of kilometers per hour, it has the kinetic effect of a hand grenade. So each of these 1 million pieces we are not able to track can destroy your satellite. So with getting more and more busy out there, we have numbers from Starlink, and like until now, each of these over 6,000 Starlink satellites has to do automatic maneuvers to avoid collisions, 150 of them each day. Each Starlink satellite does 150 maneuvers each day to avoid collisions, already now. And now, think about the dynamics I mentioned, how many more objects we will have out there. Next characteristic, unfortunately, we have a kind of inadequate regulations and lack of international consensus. So the international legal basis has fallen behind these political and especially technological dynamic developments. What's the basic law we have out there? It's the Outer Space Treaty, and it's from 1967. So it was conducted during the first space race, while the United States and the Soviet Union were still competing who will have the first man on the moon. So it is a kind of a very basic principle treaty. We have a lot of very good basic principles out there. So the freedom of exploration and utilization of space for everybody, prohibition of national appropriation, a ban of weapons of mass destruction. That's important. We don't ban any weapons out there. It's only banned that you put a nuclear weapon into space. Maybe chemical weapon, but it does not make sense. And also some other principal basicals, but these are principal basicals. And although it's good to have this, and it's also called like a kind of a Magna Carta of space law, of a space constitution, and it is, on top of it, it was addition with 4 agreements to being more precise with regard of rescuing astronauts and space liability convention, who's responsible if some of the space-based assets hurt, some other things causing this construction. And nevertheless, it has fallen behind because you see many different possibilities of interpretate these principles. And we see this when we look at the Artemis Accords, we see this when we look at the Chinese alternative project of the International Lunar Space Research Station. So there are different possibilities how to interpret this. You're not allowed to claim national sovereignty. But what about space mining? That's not far away. When we think about these lunar space stations, like the United States and also China is planning in the next decade, then it's the question, are they allowed to use the resources on the moon? Not only to maybe to to support their space station. But what about space mining on astronauts, bringing back billions and trillions of worth minerals? It's not regulated yet, and this causes friction. So we also see, and that's very important from a military point of view, that space is already a theater of geopolitical rivalry. So we see a strategic competition and great power rivalry not only on Earth, like the new systemic conflict between the United States and China. It is already out there, and it's already above our heads and being played out also in space. As space is the domain for technological dominance, superiority, and also a battle for new historical thirds. And especially the Chinese space program has seen an massive dynamic in the last decades. So starting with the first satellites in the 1970s, they just started to have they had a lot of cooperation with Russia, even with the United States in the 1890s. And then they decided in the beginning of the 90s to launch their space project to plan for manned spacecraft and also for temporary inhabited space laboratories, the first space laboratories of the Chinese. In 2003, we have seen the first taikonaut, so the first Chinese person in orbit. So China was the third country to manage manned spacefare alone. It also successfully tested an anti-satellite weapons test and operated its research modules. And in 2019, it witnessed the first of these historic firsts. So it was China who first managed to land on the far side of the moon in 2019, which really gave a wake-up call also to the United States. We have now an alternative to GPS and Galileo. We have a worldwide global position and navigation system, Chinese one, the Beidou. And we've seen a construction of an own Chinese space station. It took them only 18 months. In Germany, we needed 18 years for a new airport, actually. And it's officially in space yet. So this was really also a wake-up call, and we see, oh, sorry, that was too fast. Very strategically and long-term ambitions and goals of China in space. So the white papers on space say they want to build China into a space power with all respects, and they aim to strengthen its space presence in an all-around manner. They publish a kind of one of these space white papers every 5 years with saying what they've accomplished and plans for the next 5 years. When we look at these space papers, the last 3 or 4, they really realized all of their goals. So we take it seriously if they have plans for putting a Chinese man on the moon until 2030. We should take it seriously that they're planning to have a lunar research station in the 2030s. So they have further goals. If you have a rivalry and a race, you need a counterpart. So, and the US really got a wake-up call by these landing on the far side of the moon. So they already before, under the presidency of President Trump, they decided to refocus the US space program again on the human conquest and exploration, as they called it, to the moon and beyond. As the moon will be only the first part. If you want to go further to Mars and to the outer space, you need to have, or it's better to have like a base on the moon, as it is less gravity to start into the outer space. And they want to return to the moon with the so-called Artemis program. And in mythology, Artemis is the twin sister of Apollo, which is find as a nice symbol they manage. But Artemis was planned to put the first American on the moon in 2028, I guess, or if I remember correctly. No, 2006. Now they are 2028. But they already witnessed a lot of delays. You might have been aware also of the Boeing disaster with the bringing 2 astronauts to the ISS for scheduled 8 days, and now it's supposed to be 8 months. So we see a lot of delays in the Artemis program, and on the other side, the Chinese program is pretty much on track. Nevertheless, the United States want to maintain their leadership in space, as the national space strategy of the current administration also mentioned, that they want to maintain their position as the world's leader in space. Nevertheless, we are in the midst of a second space race, and both sides have already say that they acknowledge this. As these quotes show here, with Vice President Pence saying that by no mistake about it, we are in a space race today, as we were in the 1960s. And also the threat assessment of the US intelligence community assess that China is on a steadily progress with their space activities and intended to surpass the United States, and even by 2030 will achieve a world-class status in some of the space technologies. And what are the areas of competence, of competition? It's the Earth orbits, as I mentioned, the low Earth orbit, but also especially the geostationary orbit, but also the lunar orbit and the areas in between. So we will see a race on who has the first lunar station. You can say, yeah, the moon is big. It's like the size of more than Africa. So why battle about who has a station? There's enough space for all of them. No, because you need specific conditions, and they found these specific conditions with regard of light, of temperature, of water, and possibly of helium. You find it all on the South Pole. So all the nations that have missions to go back to the moon, to moon missions, it's not only the United States and China, it's also India, for example. They focus on the South Pole of the moon. The question is, who's there first? And is then there enough space for a second mission? Or do we have like these kind of safety zones around that are, have the Artemis Accords in it? And about the so-called Lagrange points, they have very, with their gravitude locations where the gravitude is fairly stable, so you need only few energy to keep your assets at this point, and they are very good surveillance and reconnaissance points. So if you have your assets there, you have a very good overview about not only the Earth orbit, about the lunar orbit, and about what's going on around you. But if somebody else already is on this point, it's difficult to also have your systems on the point. So with these changes we saw, with the developments and also with the competition, it's now the question, do we witness a securitization in space? A militarization in space? Do we might even see war in space? First of all, we have to define what is security in space. And as I'm now talking in English, it's easier for me because in Germany we only have one word for security. And in English you can change it, or you have to differentiate it between space safety and space security. Space safety is all the things I talked about, collision avoidance, about space debris, and about space traffic management, to have a safe traffic, to avoid accidents, to avoid collisions. Space safety, then we are on the military side, meaning that how you secure your systems in space, or maybe how you use space in your operations. And as I mentioned at the beginning, with the military importance of space, these space systems also get into the focus of operations. So if the space systems are so important for the military and the function of the military of your enemy, it might be an interesting point to be able to address these systems. And so what we see that we have a large continuum, a large spectrum of possible counter-space capabilities, as they are called. So there are different capabilities using to not destroy, but to destroy the functioning, or even even destroy your whole satellite or the whole system. And it comes to cyber attacks, starting at the what we have just heard about. So addressing the data connection between the ground system and the space system, and it goes the way up to not only Assad tests, as I mentioned, bringing a rocket from Earth up to space to destroy a satellite. It goes up to having a nuclear explosion in space, which would widely destroy large parts of the orbits, if not even the whole orbit. So you can differentiate then between different fields like this, as I mentioned, the direct attack anti-satellite weapons launched from Earth. But we also see this kind of co-orbital attacks called of rendezvous and proximity operations. So we already do have satellites out there with robotic arms that approach other satellites. The Chinese just showed this in 2021 in geostationary orbit. They put one of these satellites with a robotic arm out there. He approached an old Chinese satellite and just thrown out to the funeral orbit. That's a nice issue to get rid of your old stuff, to make place for new satellites. It's also, you can also say, oh, that's good for sustainability, and that's something where you can manage space debris and many other fields that are working on, like lasers or like nets or like electromagnetic stuff to bring old satellites down to the orbit. But you can also use this to approach satellites of your enemy. So we have a higher dual use problem out there. We see non-kinetic physical attacks like lasers, high power microwave, or detonation of a nuclear space. And we saw also a broad electrospectrum, like jamming and spoofing. And that's something we witnessed in Europe since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. So we have large areas of GPS jamming in the Baltic region, in the Eastern European region, which affect not only military communication, but also civil air traveling. And you have the cyber attacks on the other side. That's maybe a bit complicated for the moment, but you see there are different possibilities where you can and from where you can approach and attack these cyber assets. What is it? I was too thick. I wanted to go this. And we already have an arms race with regard to counter space capabilities out there. So it's not only the United States, it's China and it's Russia that are developing large or different capabilities to use these electromagnetic, optical, or kinetic effects to maybe address the assets of other countries. And we already have, again, these kind of deterrence game, and of I'm able to approach your satellites. That's behind the leakage that we saw in February, March, that the US government said, damn, the Russians might put something nuclear into orbit. We also had the information in May that there are some Russian espionage satellites approaching US satellites. So we see this already. We see this game, this arms race game in the outer space, and it's not only Russia and US, it's also China that are really advancing their capabilities of being able to address the space assets of the others. Because whoever controls space controls the Earth, as hopefully now is I showed you with all of the different aspects. And this also leads to a reorganization we just saw in the last years of the military space sector. We saw the establishing of the US Space Force. Some people laughed about it. There was the US President Trump who's now establishing a Space Force, and it was like the comedy that we now have a Space Force and Star Wars and so on. But it's nothing new. The Chinese done like 5 years before that they bundled their space capabilities. European allies also followed. We saw it in France, in Italy, in the United Kingdom, and finally 2021 also in Germany we had a space command. Not a whole space force. All the other allies made space commands, so they bundled just the command. And we also see it, we witnessed in China, and China just recently restructured also its forces. And interestingly, China is combining its space capabilities with its electric warfare capabilities, with cyber and electronic warfare capabilities. So they see it as a whole picture. And we also see this in the military strategies and doctrines. China already in 2015 stated that outer space has become a commanding high in international strategic competition, and that space is a critical domain. The US in its space defense strategy in 2020 said the space is no longer seen solely in its function as a support area, as I mentioned, a critical enabler for military operations. It is defined as a warfighting domain on its own. So meaning that they are expecting that we will see attacks not only through space, but also in space. NATO defined space as an operational domain beside land, air, sea, and cyber. And in the Brussels summit and the space policy in 2022, they admit that attacks to, from, or within space could lead to the announced innovation of an Article 5, meaning of the defense article, common defense article. So it's not by coincidence that we also see a raise in defense spending in different areas. Most of them is with regard to communication, satellite communications, and also to Earth observations. These are the most important areas we see, but also that we see changes going back from these big military satellites. You have only a few of them in geostationary orbit, to have a kind of resilience to incorporate like an additional level, an additional layer of having these networks, these constellations in low Earth orbit. And also to incorporate maybe the commercial systems that are out there. And that's a lessons learned from Ukraine. We will hear about the war in Ukraine later on, so I'll be very brief in this field, just to look at the space dimension. The second Gulf War, the liberation of Kuwait in 1991, was considered the first space war. Ukraine is not only the first two-side space war, it is also considered the first commercial space war. As we witnessed that with Starlink satellites, within a few days, Ukraine adopted not only to the kind of warfighting, they used like military or commercial space services and assets to incorporate it in their military operations. The war in Ukraine actually began in space. 1 hour before the Russians started their invasion, they had a cyber attack on the Viasat satellite system, which was used for the strategic communication of the government and the Ukrainian military. So they wanted to cut off the communication from the military and the government. And Ukraine addressed SpaceX and Elon Musk. And within a few days, within 3 or 4 days, there had been thousands of Starlink terminals in Ukraine, and Ukraine was an operational area for Starlink. The latest figures I know that last year, like a year ago, we had now over 40,000 Starlink terminals in Ukraine, securing communication not only for the military but also for civilian purposes. And Starlink is used to in a multi-domain combination to use it not only for Earth observation, but for real-time communication and for communicating the location of your the assets you want to address. And so it was an important aspect to make warfighting in real time possible in Ukraine. That's again the What's in Space website, and you can also select not only the orbits, you can also select the space systems, and that are only the Starlink satellites out there. And I think it's a bit some months old, so maybe now with over 6,000 there, it's an even more closer web. The last aspect I want to address here is that with these commercial assets that will be addressed or will be incorporated in military planning and military operations more and more, we see the strategies that are going to be outlined also in the United States, the Space Force that are highly working on these fields to raise their resilience. But it also means that these assets will becoming targets. It was already said by the representative of the Russian Federation in the General Assembly that they see Starlink as possible assets for retaliation. So with all these pictures I showed you, it means that we need not only geopolitics, we need astropolitics. We need to think about not only military assets and strategic competition on Earth, but also in space. So especially from a German and a European point of view, we have to move away from a more idealistic view of space as a place of exploration, cooperation. We have to admit not only the military heritage of space and of its technology, but also that it's not going to way that we have military competition and military, we will see even more military meaning and applications in space. So thank you. I'm 5 seconds too long.
Bueno, queremos agradecer.
Well, we would like to thank Ms. Angel Notzol for her excellent presentation. As you can be able to see, thanks to the presentation that we have heard from the doctor, she has explained from the structure, the levels, to understand the concept of the space. We see the number of satellites, the use we see for this domain, that we, the common people, we are beneficiaries of this technology, but we see also the importance of the use of these means, even for the military operations. And this is also bringing us, as a consequence, to understand the new spatial race and everything that we see regarding competence on the space and the need of regulation. So now we will go to the question and answer. I have two first questions. The first question is for Ms. Natalia Bostovich. As you have shown, currently it is necessary to understand that the military operations need to have a cyber component. As you come from Europe, we would like to know how the European military forces are including this concept and how they are applying it.
Thank you. I think it is largely integrated into the planning process. It varies largely between the countries, but if there is already a dedicated command that of course produces specialists, so they would advise not only on an ad hoc basis, so case by case, but also into the process. So every deployment has a specialist that would accompany the mission, as well as in the long run, there have to be some choices made regarding the critical systems, for example, communication, command and control, also weapons. So one of the big questions was, with all the sympathy and solidarity with our weapons suppliers, does it make sense to only source weapons from one country? Because that could also produce what I have mentioned, the third-party vulnerabilities. So there we are investing heavily into diversification, also on the digital systems. So I cannot speak for all of Europe, but I can give examples of different countries that are introducing specialists into the planning process. And I think it also has to be integrated into the intelligence cycle. So we are looking at the fusion centers that are taking cyber into the ongoing actions.
Gracias. La siguiente pregunta es para...
Next question is for Ms. Dr. Notzol. You have explained clearly how this spatial race is doing and how the powerful countries are using their capabilities to launch new rockets and new capabilities into the outer space. In Europe, you do have the European Spatial Agency. I would like to know if this European Space Agency is also related to the military capabilities of the NATO, or if every country is working on that separately?
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for this question. That's a good question, but unfortunately it's a very complicated answer. Because the European Space Agency, as we have quite complex process in Europe, the European Space Agency does not belong to the European Union. It's an independent international organization from 22 European countries, so we see some overlapping issues between the European member states and the European Space Agency. The Space Agency has only an explorational and scientific program, so they're not working on military aspects. Nevertheless, we have, in cooperation of the European Union and the Space Agency, we have quite advanced European space systems. So we have Galileo, which is a global positioning and a timing system. And actually, it's even better than GPS, I have to say. It's more precise and it's more new. And we also have the Copernicus, which is an Earth observation system. And everyone you talk to said that's the gold standard of observation. And what's now really interesting is that both are not used in a military way. So German armed forces use GPS. They are not using Galileo, for example. They now just start to think about, oh, we have the systems out there. Why not incorporate them? Why not taking advantage of them and using them? So from a military point of view, all space commands work on a national level. They're starting to have corporations within the European Union system of PESCO, so of military cooperation possibilities, with not all of the 27 European countries, but of those who want. We have the EU SST, which is a program to share capabilities and knowledge for space surveillance and traffic management, meaning that to raise space domain awareness. But how the different European countries, and we have three, maybe four if I incorporate the UK, even though it's not a EU member anymore, we have four major spacefaring nations in Europe. So we have France, we have Italy, we have the United Kingdom, and we have Germany. And they start to have some kind of corporations, and all of them have, as I mentioned, these space commands. Now they established it within the last 5 years. 3 of these countries already have space defense strategies. We are still waiting for the German space security strategy, as we call it. And just recently I read that France is now wanting to take a lead and thinks about also assets that are needed to defend their space capabilities, their assets in space. So that's something new. We haven't thought about it yet. So one thing, or the first thing, is the space domain awareness, being aware what's out there, who's out there, and also with which intention, what are the systems able to do. And then you can try to protect your own system, but the next step would be to defend your own systems. And that's something France is now clearly articulating it. They're wanting to be able to do this by 2030, but it's not something that all the European countries are planning yet at the moment. And I'm waiting for the German strategy, actually, in this regard.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, voy a dar la palabra a la comandante Navarro, que es la...
Let's give the word to Commander Navarro. Yes, we receive a question from Rafael Reyes Prieto from Colombia. How you explain the evolution of the strategic from the complex to the technical and from the technical digital in such sensitive matter as could be the tracking of the smartphones or other devices now that we use analogical systems instead of using IA or advanced technologies for that?
antidote to cyber threats. So you could technically shut off all of the systems and go completely off the grid, so to say, in terms of signatures. The one small problem about it is it also makes you detectable. Because if you see that there are movements but there are no devices, you would then also come to the deduction that it is somebody that is trying to camouflage their movements. So we did a good study on the signatures this year, and we used 3 scenarios. One was a complete closing off of all of the devices. The other one was using the devices but with the system that was scrambling the signatures, so you would not be able to capture them and later track. And the third one was actually 2 systems that were scrambling the data, so you would also not be able to even identify singulars, and it was making it look like they were civilian. So there you would simulate as if you are not military. So in the first case, as I mentioned, the risk is that if we are able to see a group that is moving, but they have literally no digital signature, that's very suspicious, because the population no longer lives without their phones. So we would be able to look at the potential motivations or the reasons why we are observing population but no digital signatures. In the second scenario, when we looked at the scrambling, that was actually the most successful, because it was a natural blending into the big populations, let's say in a scenario of a city. The third one that was scrambling double was also suspicious, so the analyst directly picked it out as something to investigate. So if you would consider that of course there must be alternatives, because that also protects you. Let's say there is a jamming of GPS, but you still teach the skills of celestial navigation, like here at the Naval Academy, then you are still able to continue the mission. But 2, I don't want to be too negative about it, but it's almost impossible to hide military operations anymore. So the question is, what would be the next step and how to prepare to actually blend into the environment, digitally speaking, or to at least be aware of the conditions. So if the detection is so immediate, we just cannot count on the element of surprise. We have to plan otherwise. As in the example of the Ukrainians who welcomed the troops and later on acted to cut them off the supplies or an escape room. So that was a way to use the digital advantage to your own goals.
Bueno, agradecemos a la Escuela de Guerra de Colombia porque justo Natalia acaba de recibir su...
Thank you so much to Colombia, because Natalia just received that question from the cyberspace. If there is any other question, please. Thank you so much, Admiral, for...
I heard very well that you were making a lot of assumptions. Like if you were a bad person. Obviously, you're not a bad person. But that comes to my question, ethical hacking. How could you define it, and what are the boundaries of it? Thank you.
So this is also very much depending on the country you would be working from, but I can speak for European cyberspace. The simple conditions are that you first obtain a permission. So I cannot make this experiment that I described. I must first have an official letter from the military academy that I could look at how to improve the visibility of digital signatures of their cadets or how to prevent the detection. So there is a condition to enter the testing. Number 2, you have to agree the scope. So it is not a card that I can get away with anything. I would have to specify which systems I will be testing and how. And third, if I am an ethical hacker, then I do not do it in the wrong intentions. So I will not steal information that is there, and I will not later use any of this obtained knowledge in the wrong way. So everything that is discovered during the testing would be only handed over to the given party. And further, I have to describe what I did, because that gives you the ability to fix it, any of the weaknesses that were found. So it might sound like a contradiction, an ethical hacker, but it is actually the only way to secure the systems that would be otherwise vulnerable. It is, in terms of wargaming, red teaming. We are able to get enemy that simulates the potential problems, and it improves ideally the system against any future attacks. So if we are able to work with ethical hackers, we shouldn't be as afraid of the actual ones that are trying to penetrate the systems.
No, gracias. Ahí tenemos otra pregunta.
I am Carl Bridle.
A question in English. Now, considering what you told us, Dr. Wojtowicz, how does the possible attack on the pagers in Lebanon fit into what you just told us about the possibilities of cyber attacks on that have physical effects? I know it's in progress, we don't have any details, but I think we are many here who would like to hear what your take on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. It's actually a part of my scary presentation that we show sometimes, which is how easy it is to attack a large population. And studies on that have been done for the last 15 years. The first one that was pretty dramatic was how easy it is to get into a car that is steered by the software. And it is very easy to, for example, while driving, access the system and start the brakes. Another example are pacemakers for patients, which unfortunately one extra impulse means that will be critical for the patient. But also much less invasive devices such as smartwatches, which can be used as listening devices, or as you have mentioned, the recent case where we have potential to use the batteries, and that is a very old hack that turns off the temperature meter. So there are usually boundary conditions for each of the devices, and batteries would not be able to heat up so much without the device automatically shutting off. But if that is disturbed, laptops, mobiles, everything becomes a weapon of a massive scale. And if we would be able to combine it with additional destabilization, so if that would be integrated into the military operation with simultaneous attack on hospitals, then we come back to the point which was mentioned. As an evil person, I could gain a lot from this kind of attack. So I think the next question, which will be very important in the investigation, is the motivation and who did it benefit as an attack. For example, in the case of Stuxnet, the investigation took 3 months just to understand how the code was built for the attack itself. And I think we will go into the same route of understanding first how the attack was made, second, who would be capable of that, and third, ideally, that would be the fastest route, how we can stop the same from happening.
Y a ver, tengo una pregunta adicional para
I got an additional question for Anje. It was just created, as you presented, the special German commander. So, in your vision, how a special commander should be?
That's a good question. We still haven't find out yet in Germany. I think we have to really address that space is a major part of warfare. It is a major part of being able to conduct these multi-domain operations, which is the basis for every warfare yet. So it has to be a kind of a linking, on one side a linking position, being able to communicate and to give their service to all the other domains, but on the other side they has to be incorporated. So what we see that we have a problem in Germany with command structure between the Space Command, which is part of the Air Force, and the Cyber Command, which is a different branch. So who's responsible? As I said, space assets, you have the space assets, you have the ground asset, and you have the data, the communication. And if you separate this, you get a problem. Who's responsible? One side is responsible for the communication, the other side is responsible for the security and safety of the system. So we really, and that's not only we in Germany, I would say every nation really has to think about what is our strategy? How important are these space assets? What do we have? What do we need? What do we need on an autonomous national level where we can cooperate? Because we have to cooperate. We already see some military corporations mostly focused on and guided by the United States. So we have to change the structure and adopt the structure. We saw this when we look at back 20 years, the reaction on the new cyber threats and on the cyber domain, and now we have the connection also with the space domain. So there would be not one ideal solution for all armies, I would say, or for all military, but we have to look at the specific needs and the specific assets every country has and how we can manage it. Do we really want to secure it? Do we want to protect it actively or just passively? That's questions that have to be addressed and have to be solved. And that's why you first need a strategy, then you need the capabilities to implement your strategy.
Gracias. Había un teniente que levantó la mano por ahí, que lo vi. A ver, tenle.
So another hand. My question is for Dr. Wakovitz.
Wondering how the IDF was able to do those attacks against Hezbollah. Now you answer it, and now I was wondering what kind of countermeasures we can have to prevent those attacks.
Well, we can look at successful responses. One of the examples that I was using was the CrowdStrike. Essentially, one of the updates that is dislodging a lot of industrial systems. That is a big vulnerability because industrial systems work on the same software. So if we are thinking about this large-scale effect, and if I understand the question good, then what can we do about this? How can we quickly respond? Ideally, we have already a cyber, not even command, but cyber agency for the country. And their main job will be detecting these large-scale attacks. And if that is happening, we were debating for quite a long time now in Netherlands, we should have cyber alert next to disaster alert. If that is especially with such high impact, then we would be able to send out alerts. For example, leave your mobile in a secure area instead of taking it with you on this specific day due to an detected virus or malicious code that is being active. So ideally that is our future where we are able to coordinate on a high level, one, detection, two, communication, third, there will be largely a response or a way to solve it, and that also has to be distributed as it was with the example of recent emergencies.
Bueno, quisiera agradecer a ambas expositoras.
Well, I would like to thank
Here, because you fly from Europe to arrive to Peru. It was a pleasure to have you here and receive you in Lima. Thank you for the Chemnitz University, the Den Haag University that made possible. Muchas gracias a las instituciones que han hecho posible que Angie
University, the University of Chemnitz and La Haya University. Please, let's give them a very warm applause for this presentation. With this, we complete our first panel. We ask the distinguished members of the delegations to come for a photography outside the auditorium, and then we will have a recess of 20 minutes. Please, can you go back to your seats in order to start with our second panel? Welcome again. We will start with the second panel of this international forum. Alfred Turner is an associated professor of the Joint Military Operations Department of the U.S. Naval War College in Newport. He is founding member of the Cyber and Innovation Policy Institute and the former co-director of the Center for Cyber Conflict Studies. Professor Turner is a retired U.S. Navy captain with over 30 years in operations and planning experience in information warfare and intelligence. Captain Pete Pedroso, captain from, he is part of the conflict in the University House leading in Stockton of the U.S. Navy War College. Before he moved from this active service, he was a consultant for many defense officers, including the special attendant of the Subsecretary of Defense for Politics and the South Pacific Committee, and legal of the Commander of the United States. Now I will leave the floor to Luis del Carpio, Director of the Peruvian Naval War College, who is going to be the moderator for this panel as well. Okay, going ahead with the second panel, thank you very much, the U.S. Navy War College, for the assistance of both speakers. It is a pleasure and an honor because I graduated from that school, and here we also got the Navy Commission from Spain and Colombia, who are also graduated from that academy. So that is a sample of the community that we have, and we are always thankful to that. The second panel will be talking about updated matters, lessons of the war, Russia and Ukraine, and everything related with the maritime, the USV systems in the status of the international law. So without further ado, we will give the microphone to Fred Turner.
Bueno, yo le llamo el pentacampeón.
I call him the Penta champion because this is his 5th time in Peru to support us.
Of course, I'm probably going to break this. Yeah. That's the trick. Okay, great. Thank you very much. First of all, good morning. Still morning? Yep. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me, Admiral de Carpio. Appreciate it very much, being back in Peru. Okay, so what is going to follow is a short presentation on at least my initial impressions of the war in war in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine. Try to see if I get the clicker here correct. Aha, oh. Too much. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Aha, okay, I think I figured it out. Sorry about that. Okay, so, yeah, big green button means go forward, the red button means go backwards. Yeah, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to run through a few slides. I am going to talk a little bit about the background of the war, because I don't really know how much everybody has followed it. I know that I read about it every day, and even then I don't claim to be the ultimate expert on either the events that have happened or the lessons that have come about, but I am comfortable talking about the topic and at least have some initial ideas. One of my going in propositions here as we go through this is that that the theory of war still applies. The nature of war has not changed. However, as we know, technology can change the character of war. But the really important question is, how much has the character of war been changed by what are known as the new technologies on the battlefield? Part of my position on this topic is driven by a lot of headlines that we'll see out in the press and elsewhere of how different this war is. And from my standpoint, it's not as different as we think. That the vast majority of technologies that we will talk about, the capabilities that are on the battlefield, whether on the land or in the air or in the sea, are all very familiar to us, have been around for a long time. In most cases, what you really see is an improvement or an evolution of existing capabilities. So to talk about the war and to talk about the lessons, you really need to have an idea of what transpired over time. It take us all the way back to the 24th of February 2022. We're almost the 3rd year anniversary of this war. And the night before the war starts, the airspace empties over Ukraine. And at sea, it's the largest deployment of Russian naval forces that I've seen since I was a young junior officer in the 1980s in the US Navy. There were more Russian ships deployed worldwide, again, than I had seen since the 1980s. Clearly something was about to happen. So I break down, if you look at the slide, and you look at the upper left on the slide, phase 1 shows the initial Russian invasion across multiple lines of operation. The Russians had a number of operational objectives supporting their larger strategic objective, which was to displace the Zelensky government, install a government that was friendly to Russia, and perhaps, certainly as important, to incorporate some of the land of what we now, or what we know of as Ukraine, into Russia itself. So with that in mind, their lines of operation in that phase started by having 2 lines heading towards Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, another line of operation towards Kharkiv, and then a line of operation in the south running from west to east towards Mariupol in Ukraine, as well as a breakout from Crimea to both the east and the west. So, clear operational objectives, clear lines of operation. The Russians had an operational idea of how they were going to achieve victory and achieve their larger strategic goals. It did not go as planned, as everyone knows. The next 3 boxes on the upper right show the various Ukrainian counteroffensive and other actions that were taken to push the Russians back. The Russians withdrew from their lines of operation approaching Kyiv. They were pushed back by Ukrainian counteroffensive up in the northeast from Kharkiv. And in the south, the Ukrainians stabilized their lines and eventually retook some territory near just to the north of Crimea. So again, that's the real basis of what happened up to that point. Next phase, Russians went back, took the initiative, went back on the offensive. And they concentrated on a city called Bakhmut and eventually achieved it in taking it. That was their operational objective. And then they conducted an operational pause, and the Ukrainians went on the offensive. And most now know that offensive was not successful. The Ukrainians principally had multiple lines of operations that they tried to follow in the south to try to cut off Russian forces that were occupying the Crimea. So after that failure, the Russians then took the initiative, and that's into the lower right corner, the last 2 boxes, where Russia goes about and is conducting and currently conducting an offensive in the east that transitions from across multiple lines of operation, attempting to capture a number of Ukrainian cities. Right, those are their operational objectives. In most cases we're talking about here, defending those operational objectives, of course, are ground units, tend to be the center of gravity for both sides at the operational level. Now, why am I talking all these operational art terms, as I would call them? Because I'm trying to make the point here that I can, if I wanted to spend hours, because I could go into much more detail, I could explain this entire war using the theory of operational art. Right? So theory, the nature of war has not changed. And this is my point. Right? So operational art, I have the big Milan Vago book. If anyone that is a graduate of the U.S. Naval War College has seen that book, goes into great detail in operational art. So the nature of war has not changed. The theory still applies, objectives. I have other examples, time, space, and force. The timing of the Russian invasion was driven by such normal factors we've seen in wars based on the weather. Right? They went in the winter when the ground was good for mechanized maneuver. They wanted to achieve their objectives before springtime. This is factor, space, and operational art. Before the rains came and the mud, when armor and mechanized units could not move as readily. Operational functions, there's a lot of discussion on the failure of Russian intelligence leading up to the war. Russian intelligence, like most of the intelligence agencies probably across the world, expected Russia to achieve a rapid victory. They were going to win, Ukraine was going to lose, probably within days, maybe weeks, but everybody predicted this, anyone I know. But that obviously did not come to pass as we come up to, as I said, on the 3rd-year anniversary of the war. So very much an intelligence failure. Struggle of logistics, right? The struggle of protecting your units, protecting your forces. All of these things are operational art concepts that we can still apply to the war. Center of gravity and the operational idea. I mentioned center of gravity typically for most of the ground operational objectives were whatever ground forces were defending those positions. The Russians, because of their advantage in mass, tend to use that mass and take a direct approach to attack the Ukrainian center of gravity, their ground units defending, name the city, Kharkiv, Kyiv, what have you, and the war is very much an attritional war. Ukraine, on the other hand, generally tries to take an indirect approach. They don't have the forces to spend. They don't have that mass necessarily. So they've tended to attempt to indirectly reduce the combat power of the Russians by attacking their logistics. And then attempting to regain ground. Right? Elements of operational design, two that come to mind for me are synchronization and sequencing. Sequencing of the operations, the initial Russian operational idea with their multiple lines of operation included simultaneous operations closely sequenced to attempt to put maximum pressure on the Ukrainians across all fronts. Synchronization, this comes up throughout, and I'll mention this again, that combined arms, synchronization of forces across air, sea, ground, space, cyberspace. There's a exponential advantage in synchronizing those forces in time and space against the objective. And where one side or the other did not synchronize forces across multiple domains successfully, they tend to lose a lot of people and not achieve the objectives that they desire. And in fact, I'd argue that more often than not, neither side have made major operational gains at all throughout the war, other than some initial Russian success in the east and in the south. So back to my original theme here, where I say what is old is new again. So while there is plenty of new technology or improvements on old technology to talk about. Most of this war resembles wars that I grew up reading about, that I still read about, and that we study at the U.S. Naval War College. If I look at the upper left-hand side, it's infantry, right? On the ground, infantry is the primary force that achieves gains on the ground. It's not armor, it's not any of the other capabilities, it's infantry. In that picture, I have a picture of a World War I soldier, and I have a Ukrainian soldier. Next picture down, trenches, trench warfare. Seen World War I, you see it all over Russia and Ukraine. Artillery, next picture down. That's a World War I artillery piece on the right side there, going down the left-hand column. It's a Ukrainian 155 millimeter artillery piece. Mines are pervasive, right? These are all things that have been around for decades and decades and decades, early 20th century at least. Upper right hand, we talk about UAVs. People want to talk about the utility of UAVs, and they are prevalent on the battlefield. But very much, they have the same characteristics as a World War I biplane. Low, slow flyers. Aircraft that carry missiles. We were talking about this in the Cold War. We were training to this, not new. Urban warfare. It's the third picture down in the right column. Picture of Stalingrad on the left, picture of Ukrainian soldiers in one of their many urban areas that have been devastated by war. It is about urban warfare. Most of the war in Ukraine, as you look at it, is a battle of urban areas and rivers. Those are two prevalent features that you're dealing with. And then the bottom right, the fact that both sides conduct attack on critical infrastructure. Russians much more en masse, but the Ukrainians do as well, with attacks using UAVs to fly all the way to northern Russia to attack key Russian critical infrastructure. So again, not as new as one might think this war is. A little change in technology, but a lot of that technology looks a lot like capabilities that we've dealt with for years. So who are the winners and the losers? Now, I will caveat this heavily. These are just my initial thoughts. I hope I get some questions or some pushback from some people in the audience on where I categorize these. In the upper left-hand corner, one of the biggest winners, tactical intelligence, signals intelligence on the battlefield, also at sea. I have to complete the left side of the kill chain, and both sides are really good at doing this. Next one down, electronic warfare. Key to protection of forces. Again, both navies as well as ground forces. Not a new capability, but one that many of us have had to relearn over the years to understand, or are going to be relearning if we do get into a fight, because this is huge on the battlefield in Russia and Ukraine. Operational security. I listened to a presentation by two soldiers who'd fought for Ukraine, and probably the biggest impression that I got from them is if you turn on a radio and talk more than a few seconds, or you turn on your cell phone on the battlefield, the other side will target you within a minute, less than a minute, a couple minutes, and you're probably dead or wounded. So being able to figure out how to execute command and control, how to communicate on this battlefield while not targeting yourself and letting the other side complete the left side of the kill chain to track and target you is probably that's probably the biggest technological lesson that I have out of this, right? Unmanned aerial vehicles. They are a new technology. Yes, they look a little bit like old other propeller planes, but what's key here is it's not just any UAVs. It's the UAVs that are small and cheap and that I can produce a lot of them. Those are what have had success in the battlefield. Unmanned surface vehicles at sea. It's the story of the Ukrainian Navy, and I have a few slides later that will help explain that in greater detail. Small unit infantry tactics. Infantry are king on the battlefield. It's not armor, it's infantry. Ground-based air defenses. None of the manned aircraft, for the most part, are flying into range of each other's ground-based air defenses. Helicopters in range of air defenses get shot down. The only time I've seen any utility from helicopters when the Russians defeated the Ukrainians in the south, and it's because the Ukrainians did not have sufficient ground-based air defenses. Information, not so much at the operational level, but really important at the strategic level for both governments. Both Russia and Ukraine have used control of their information space to keep their domestic audiences on side. And they've also both attempted to influence outsiders to support them or at least not move against them. I'd say the Ukrainians have been more successful than the Russians with outsiders, in that the Ukrainians have many countries from the West and other parts of the world supporting them in various ways. Precision weapons. I'm beginning to get a little less how critical they are. Yes, they're critical. Yes, you need them. However, we found, of course, highly susceptible to jamming. So again, back to my electronic warfare as being the king of the battlefield, besides infantry. So important, and still successful, but not quite as successful as maybe we saw in the 90s against overmatched adversaries. SATCOM and Starlink. A colleague mentioned earlier about the Russian attack via cyberspace against the Viasat satellite Viasat to try to inhibit Ukrainian C2, which was successful. Probably the most successful attack via cyberspace that I've seen in the war. However, that was quickly mitigated by the use of Starlink. Starlink has been one of the big winners out of the war. I put in the losers, and I put cyberspace, I just mentioned, into the losers category. Not trying to be pejorative, and I think the jury's still out, and it's really both a good and bad news story. Can you afford not to operate in cyberspace on this battlefield? You have to operate there. You have to be able to defend yourself. I think part of why cyberspace has not been a very successful domain, at least at the operational level, for either side, has been because both have gotten really good on the defense. And the Ukrainians had a lot of years, many years to practice because they took some hits in 2015, 2016 against the electric power grid, and they've learned. So you learn, you adapt, and so that has made cyberspace not a huge factor from my standpoint in the overall course of the war. Cell phones and radios, I just mentioned, you use them, you're potentially going to die quickly. Manned aircraft, including helicopters, again, they have not operated to the full extent of their capability. They tend to use standoff weapons, the manned aircraft. Manned ships. The Russian Black Sea Fleet was defeated by a fleet of hodgepodge of other capabilities, and I'll show you that slide later. Right, so the Russian Black Sea Fleet, manned ships, have not been very successful in this war, but not wholly unsuccessful, as we'll see. Tanks and armored vehicles struggled on the battlefield, still used. Both sides have tried to adapt their armor maneuver, as well as some innovations like putting mesh netting on them, but they do not have the effect that, say, they had even in World War II or during Desert Storm. And then extremely sophisticated weapons. And this is also a lesson that I would draw for the U.S. from the Red Sea. Your very sophisticated, very expensive UAVs are still susceptible to things like electronic warfare and jamming. So better to go with smaller, cheaper, expendable UAVs, not those highly sophisticated, incredibly expensive weapons. So some of my winners and losers, hopefully I'll get a question on one or two of these. So I promised the war at sea, and here you go. Okay, so both sides had clear objectives in the Black Sea at the start of the war. The Russians wanted essentially to have a high degree of sea control across the entire Black Sea in order to support other objectives. They wanted to be able to exercise or exploit their sea control advantage using their Black Sea fleet, which clearly overmatched the Ukrainians. And they more or less succeeded for the early month or so of the war. They blockaded the Ukrainian coast, precluding export of Ukrainian goods, primarily grain and other agricultural products. They were able to execute a small amphibious operation in the Sea of Azov, so just north of the Black Sea there, in support of their attack on Mariupol. They have used and still use the Black Sea to launch long-range land attack cruise missiles from their ships against Ukrainian critical infrastructure. And they are using the sea and still use the sea for logistics for their ground forces. So the Navy supporting their ground forces. But the Ukrainians had other ideas. The Ukrainians, first of all, wanted to defend their coast, succeeded mainly with mines and coast defense cruise missiles. But then they began to push back, and you'll see on the graphic on the left some of the early Ukrainian successful attacks on the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Attacks against the Russian flagship, the Moskva, that they sank with 2 Neptune coast defense cruise missiles. More about that later. They attacked ships in port, and they attacked ships near ports and ships near choke points, using primarily, again, those coast defense cruise missiles, some UAVs, and a lot of unmanned or uncrewed surface vehicles, USVs. Ultimately, what that led to was a withdrawal of the Russian Black Sea Fleet from Sevastopol on the Crimea to Novorossiysk to the east, and that's the graphic on the right that shows the arrow pulling back. So by July of this year, but it's actually started about July of last year, the Ukrainians had succeeded in driving the Russian Black Sea Fleet from the western Black Sea and achieved a limited level of sea control that allows them to export grain and other agricultural products out of the Black Sea through the Turkish Straits to the rest of the world. Sorry, there we go. That's a picture from Maritime Tracker just on Monday. And you'll see that clearly in the western Black Sea, you'll see both tankers, so oil tankers as well as bulk cargo ships moving in the western Black Sea from this first blue circle on the upper left, the Ukrainian Danube River ports down through to the Turkish Straits. Of course, the port that the Ukrainians would like to export their goods through is Odessa. That's the next blue circle in the upper right. But that they typically are not using. The Russians still attack the port facilities there. And then to the right, the circles show the withdrawal of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and you'll see that all the Russian sea lines of communication run from Novorossiysk, which is the red circle to the right, down through to the Turkish coast and out towards the Turkish Straits. So while I was talking about this, of course, I was talking about sea control. I didn't mention sea denial specifically, but that's what the Ukrainians also have an objective to deny the Russians the use of the sea. In fact, they're doing it right now. Earlier this week, they attacked, the end of last month, they successfully attacked for the 3rd time Russian ferries running across the Kerch Strait, trying to deny the Russians the use of the sea for their ability to support forces in the Crimea with logistics. And then exercising, exploiting sea control. Obviously, the Ukrainians are doing that right now with their export of grain. The Russians are still doing it. Yes, the Ukrainians have been very successful in driving the Russians out of the western Black Sea, but the eastern Black Sea, the Russians still use it as sanctuary from which to launch long-range precision fires, land attack cruise missiles at Ukraine. And that's how they did it. If you look, so the upper left-hand picture is the Ukrainian flagship scuttled in the port of Mykolaiv. There's an old Krivak 3 that they were that was undergoing overhaul, and they were afraid Mykolaiv was going to fall to the Russians, so they scuttled it. So what did they use? They used UAVs for ISR. They probably had some help with ISR from countries that are supporting them, but the Ukrainians do most of their own ISR using UAVs. They used Neptune coast defense cruise missiles. These are 70s technology. We're talking 300-pound warheads, 150-kilo warheads, subsonic speeds, 1970s technology. Lower right, I put Patriot on there because they were using Patriot air defense missiles to attempt to attack Russian aircraft, and they did successfully, AN-50 mainstay for one and IL-22, aircraft the Russians were using to maintain an ISR picture over the Black Sea as well as over the land, so had an impact on the maritime fight. Using mines, it's how they defended Odessa and the coast of Ukraine in the early stages of the war. And then in the lower left are the USVs. Many of these built it's off-the-shelf technology to build would have been very successful uncrewed surface vehicles to attack the Russian Navy. Black Sea Fleet on the right side. They had a Moskva, it was a Slavic-class cruiser built in the 1970s, ironically in Ukraine, and what's now Ukraine. And they had all the advantages in the air, subsurface, submarines, mines as well, and then lower right, one of the frigates, the Admiral Makarov, their current flagship. So that's how they did it. And in doing so, they just damaged or destroyed 1/3 of combined combatants and amphibious warfare units of the Black Sea Fleet with essentially a relatively low-tech solution. So part of that low-tech solution, and one of the big lessons out of this war, I don't think I'm going to have time for the videos. The videos in the upper right are the various USVs, various USV attacks on Russian ships, and you can Google them and find them online. But in the upper left was the attack on the Moskva. So 2 Neptune coast defense cruise missiles that hit the Moskva, port side, just aft of midships, and by all accounts, those 2 missiles should not have sunk that cruiser. So what went wrong? Fire, primarily. Damage control that was clearly substandard. Before that even, in the pictures, you'll find that the Russians had their radars stowed. They weren't operating. Either they were very arrogant, they didn't think they needed to operate their radars, or maintenance wasn't quite there, and maybe they were inoperable, don't know. And then that combined with probably subpar crew training all led to ultimately the destruction of the largest combatant in the Black Sea. So what do you do to fix this? Well, we need to again relearn the lessons of warfare, which is when you have a crew on a ship at sea, you need to make sure your systems are working. I mean, this is basic, right? You probably hear this in classes, we've heard this all our careers, but maintenance, tactics, techniques, and procedures, training, and don't get complacent. And I think that's what happened to the Russians with the Moskva. And then the pictures in the lower part of the graphic, you'll see the attack on the port. Well, the best place to attack ships is in port, always will be. And this was an attack using Not quite sure what the Ukrainians used. Potentially it was UAVs, might have been short-range ballistic missiles, but they were clearly going after the Russian logistics at that point. So again, similar to the slide on land, what is old is new again. In the upper left-hand corner, I have coast defense artillery, coast defense cruise missiles. Yes, there's a difference in range, but the concept's the same, right? Wayne Hughes says a ship's a fool to fight a fort, and the fort has longer range and longer teeth than it did in the past, but same basic idea. Mines, the mines the Ukrainians used look a lot like the same mines we saw in World War II and World War I. Attacking subs in port, and that's my, the picture third down on the left. On the far left-hand side is an Allied attack on a German submarine base in Bergen, Norway in 1944. On the right is the Ukrainians successfully attacking a Russian Kilo submarine in Sevastopol in the yards. Best place to destroy a submarine is in port. I'd rather kill them in port than try to find them at sea. Lower left, we still think of missiles as new, or at least I think they are because I'm old, but the reality is they've been around for decades. And that lower left-hand picture is a Tomahawk being launched from an Ira-class battleship during Desert Storm, and next to it is a picture of a Caliber being launched from a Russian frigate in the Black Sea. Upper right, I talk about USVs, and I look at USVs a lot, and they remind me a lot of the innovation of torpedo boats back at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. And the picture in the upper right is a view from one of those USVs attacking one of the Russian Rapucha LSTs. Below that are Iranian fast attack craft. And the USVs remind me of those as well. They're fast, they're cheap, they're expendable, but not new. The only thing really new about it is the crew's not on them and they're being controlled remotely, which actually opens up a vulnerability for them, which means you can jam their control links, assuming they're being controlled, which they generally are. They're either being controlled by line of sight or by satellite. Not many other ways to do it. So they're susceptible to jamming. So not really a new threat. The Russians were unprepared for it. I would argue that the other side of the argument here is in the Red Sea, where the US and allies, NATO, were a little more prepared and have been more successful at precluding attacks by small craft like that. And then the lower right is just a reminder that air power still applies at sea and still being used, to include just this last week and the week before, where the Russians successfully launched an anti-ship cruise missile, actually an AS-4, back from my era in the 1980s, against a grain cargo ship in the Black Sea. So sea control is not perfect for the Ukrainians. And then the Ukrainians, for their part, conducted attack on the ferry that was providing logistics to Crimea. So air power still matters. So, some of the lessons specific to the war at sea, and these are definitely a work in progress for me. But when you look at the Ukrainian sea control in the Western Black Sea, you see that sea control very much can be obtained by a force that is the weaker force at sea, at least on paper. But it's potentially or probably limited in time and space. Then the next bullet down, exploitation of sea control using long-range weapons is effective. And my point there is what I was talking about earlier, that the Russians, even though they have lost about a third of their combatants in the Black Sea and have lost much of the sea space for maneuver, are still able to use parts of the Black Sea to conduct long-range strikes. The next bullet, I can't emphasize enough the importance of ISR and, when I say the left side of the kill chain, find, fix, track, and target. If I can do those and I have a weapon, it can be low tech, it can be high tech, but if I can do that left side, then I can kill or damage the target. If I don't have those, I don't care how good your weapons are, you're not going to get there from here. So the prerequisite for war at sea is being able to do the ISR piece. The USV effectiveness, but they are vulnerable, and they're particularly vulnerable to combined arms, and specifically I'm talking about combining electronic warfare with old techniques, again, of crew-serve weapons on ships, right? So crew-serve weapons, good lookouts, electronic warfare, helicopters with crew-serve weapons, right? So now I've got 3 different domains defending myself. I will be much more successful, and the Russians have been much more successful lately than they have in the past as they've gotten better at combining these capabilities in defense against USVs and UAVs for that matter, right? This tends to apply to both. Conversely, on the offense, if I can combine my offensive missiles with UAVs, with USVs, again, multiple domains, I am far more likely to overwhelm the defender. These all, again, sound very basic, but that's really part of my message here, which is for all the new technology and all the new concepts that are out there, people talking about with regard to this war, a lot of the basics still apply, most of them, if not all. And then the manned ships vulnerable to attack by smaller vessels. Again, I'm going to go back to that late 19th century, early 20th century. And most people probably know the history of the destroyer, which was originally known as a torpedo boat destroyer, because smaller nations decided to use torpedo boats to try to counteract larger, more wealthy nations' battleships. So what did we do? We innovated, created the torpedo boat destroyer that became the destroyer that we see today. Right? So I would argue the same thing goes for potentially for USVs here. Yeah, I already hit the TTPs. I'm running out of time here, of course, as well. Tactics, techniques, and procedures, and training those tactics, techniques, and procedures. And then combined arms. I just ran through an example of why that's important. So get to my bottom line slide. Yeah, the current war looks a lot like wars throughout history. Definitely wars since the early 1900s. Yep, theory still applies. So back to the nature of war has not changed. I say there are winners and losers on the battlefield, but the key part here also is that they can shift, right? Something that I now call potentially as a loser on the battlefield may not have been early on in the war. Things change, and that comes to my last bullet, which is the advantage from technology that we saw in Russia, Ukraine. Most of the advantages occurred early. That makes sense. So that technological advantage had more of an effect early on in the war, but obviously the other side adapts, and the Russians adapted, and then the Ukrainians adapted again, and so on. So it's a cyclical nature, but what we're finding throughout the war is that the number of new capabilities introduced, the new innovations have decreased, and the ability to adapt to them has increased. And we are where we are now at a stalemate almost 3 years on. So I am out of time, and that is all I have for now then. Thank you.
Un aplauso al...
A warm applause to Mr. Alfred Turner. Very interesting, his description about the Ukrainian and Russian conflict from the vision of the military operations. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Raúl Pedroso.
Admiral, thank you for the invitation to participate in your conference. It's a very important conference, and a great privilege for me to be here. How does this thing work? All right. For the first time in history, we've seen unmanned maritime vessels being used to conduct offensive operations during an international armed conflict. We've seen the use of unmanned systems in the past by the Tamil Tigers, for example, during a non-international armed conflict in Sri Lanka, to conduct attacks against naval vessels and merchant ships. We've seen the use of unmanned systems during the Vietnam War, during the Gulf War, to do mine clearing and things of that nature. However, for the first time in history, we've seen these types of systems being used to conduct offensive operations against the enemy. So that raises a number of issues from an international law and a domestic law perspective as to what their status is. Are they a ship? Can they be considered a warship? Are they entitled to sovereign immunity? Do they enjoy the same navigational rights and freedoms that manned vessels enjoy? And finally, during an armed conflict, can they be used to engage in belligerent acts against the enemy? So Al has already mentioned the use of unmanned systems in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, but you can see what started off as a one-way suicide drone, basically, to conduct some of these initial attacks against the Black Sea Fleet. It has emerged over the past 3 years, and now we see on the right-hand side over here, you can see some of their unmanned systems are equipped with surface-to-air missiles as well as surface-to-surface missiles. So it begs the question as to what their status is in international law. Ukraine really hasn't made an attempt to identify what that status is, so it's something that needs to be addressed. So here, just to go show you some of the attacks that Alan mentioned. This is the first attack that was conducted in Sevastopol. 7 unmanned systems were used to conduct the attack. They were able to penetrate the security barriers in the bay in Sevastopol, and although they only caused minor damage to the Russian warships that were in Sevastopol, it was a huge morale lift for Ukraine and a realization on the part of Russia that they were confronting a new type of conflict. Here you see the second attack that was conducted, very long distance, 460 miles, nautical miles, that the unmanned systems had to traverse the Black Sea to reach their targets. They attacked in September against 2 Russian patrol boats. The attacks against Russian vessels in port, and then finally attacks against vessels in the Kerch Strait. And finally, attacks on infrastructure. Both Russia and Ukraine have used unmanned systems, maritime systems, to attack lines of communication. The Russians attacking the Zatoka bridge that links the Ukraine with Romania, and the Ukrainians attacking the Kerch bridge on at least one occasion, and perhaps 2. So again, what's the status of these systems? A ship or a vessel is not defined in the UN law, the Sea Convention. However, if you look at a number of other instruments that have been adopted by the International Maritime Organization, like the collision regulations or MARPOL, things of that nature, there's a variety of different definitions of a ship or vessel. The definition all imply that there's going to be an officer or a master or a crew on board the vessel. However, there is no specific requirement that the master, the officers, or the crew be physically on board the ship. The only requirement that UNCLOS imposes on the flag state is that the flag state has to ensure that the master, officers, and crew are fully conversant with and observe the applicable international regulations, such as the collision regulations for safety of navigation. So the question then is, can an unmanned maritime system be remotely operated by a crew and commanded by a master or a commander who is shore-based or embarked on a nearby vessel? Now, under international law, under domestic law, whether or not something is designated a ship is determined by the flag state. It's not determined by the international community. It's not determined by the parties to UNCLOS. It's not determined by the member states of the International Maritime Organization. It is a matter for the flag state to make a determination as to whether or not it is going to accord the rights of a vessel to fly its flag, and then it will prescribe rules applicable to those vessels. And this dates back to the 1905 case of the Muscat-Dow's case, where we had a arbitration between France and Great Britain, and that was the determination of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. That rationale of the Permanent Court carried on in UNCLOS in Article 91, which specifically states that it's the state shall affix the conditions for the grant of its nationality to ships, for the registration of ships in its territory, and the right to fly its flags. Now, why is this important? From a warship standpoint, it's important because only warships can engage in belligerent acts. Dating back to 1856, the Paris Declaration of 1856, the international community abolished privateering as a method of warfare. So what that means is that a state could no longer employ merchant vessels and give them an authorization to engage in attacks against enemy merchant ships and against enemy warships. That definition then, or that principle of eliminating privateering carried into the 1907 Hague Convention 7, which deals with the conversion of merchant ships into warships. And there's, for the first time, we see what the first definition of what a warship is, and the vessel has to be placed under the direct authority, immediate control, and responsibility of the flag state. It has to bear external marks that distinguish the warship of the flag state. It has to be commanded by a commissioned officer whose name appears on the list of officers of the fighting fleet, and it has to be manned by a crew subject to armed forces discipline. And then here you see the definition in UNCLOS. Article 29 basically contains all those same requirements in order for a ship to be classified a warship under the law of the Sea Convention. So how do we determine whether or not something can be a ship or not? It's really going to be based on state practice. As I mentioned before, it's the states that decide whether or not something is going to be designated a ship. On the commercial side, this issue has been discussed for the last 4 years at the International Maritime Organization by the member states of the organization. And most recently in 2002 at the meeting of the Maritime Safety Committee, it was determined by the member states that the master does not have to be on board a conveyance in order for it to be designated a ship. So here, for the first time, we see states coming together and coming to a conclusion that the master of the ship does not have to be on board the vessel. Secondly, it also recognized the possibility of having remote operation centers that would be located either on another ship or located on land that would be used to operate these unmanned systems. And then finally, also recognize the concept of a remote operator, which would be the person who would be qualified to engage in the operation of these types of vessels. Now, from a military perspective, what have states been doing with regards to this issue? And I'm going to look at, I'll explain to you what the U.S. state practice is, since that's what I am most familiar with. And the U.S. is also the country that has the most mature unmanned maritime system program. Therefore, I think it's useful to look at the U.S. practice, and I'll talk a little bit about other nations as well as we go through these slides. But dating back to 2004, so for over 20 years now, the U.S. has had a very detailed plan on how we are going to develop unmanned underwater vehicles as well as unmanned surface vehicles, ranging all the way from the very small all the way to the extra large on the UUV side, and from the small to the large on the USV side. The small ones are obviously not going to be designated ships. They're going to be these are things that are like sensors and things of that nature that will be used to collect intelligence or conduct hydrographic surveys, things of that nature. But as you go up the chart, once you get to the larger vessels and the missions that are being assigned to those vessels, then they are obviously going to have to be designated as a warship if you want them to engage in belligerent acts during an international armed conflict. In 2022, we amended our Commander's Handbook on the Law of Naval Operations, and this is the U.S. Navy, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Coast Guard doctrinal publication on the law that applies to both peacetime and wartime naval operations for U.S. forces. And you can see that the amendments to the Commander's Handbook recognize the possibility of unmanned vessels. They do enjoy sovereign immunity, and even if they're not designated as a ship or a warship, if it's just one of these smaller devices, it's still government property and it's still subject to sovereign immunity from foreign interference. The amendments also specifically indicate that there's no requirement for the commanding officer or the crew to be physically on board the warship, and that they can be remotely operated by the commander and the crew, and that if a ship is designated as a warship, that they can be remotely operated by people that are not on board the vessel. Additionally, if the system is designated a ship, it will have the same navigational rights and freedoms that are enjoyed by manned vessels, and that means that they can engage in things like innocent passage through the territorial sea, or transit passage through international straits, or archipelagic sea lanes passage through archipelagic waters. And finally, that warships, whether they're manned or unmanned, can engage in belligerent rights. Another document that was amended in 2022 is Secretary of the Navy Instruction 5030.8 Delta, which provides the general guidance for the classification of naval vessels and for the designation of ships for the battle force. For the first time, this instruction contains its own enclosure on unmanned maritime platforms and categories. It specifically indicates that although these platforms are not currently counted as part of the battle force, or in other words, are not currently designated as warships, they may in the future, once they become capable of doing so, they will be reclassified and included in the battle force count. It's a very similar position that the United Kingdom has taken with regard to its unmanned vessels. They're currently listed as naval auxiliaries in their registry. However, it does indicate that they can be classified as warships when they appropriate and they have the capabilities to be able to comply with all the regulations that would apply to warships. The former CNO, Chief of Naval Operations, in 2022 also issued his navigation plan, which was just, the new CNO just published hers last week. But the 2022 NAV plan specifically recognized that the Navy was going to have to transform into a distributed hybrid fleet in order to meet the various new challenges and threats that we face from China, Russia, Iran, and other states, rogue states. And the plan would be to have manned ships augmented with unmanned vessels, and by 2040, the CNO's vision was that we would have 350 manned warships and then 150 large unmanned surface vessels to augment the fleet. The implementation of the NAV plan over the last 2 years, you can see here, the Navy has released an unmanned campaign plan. It's established an unmanned task force, which is focusing on experimentation to rapidly incorporate unmanned systems into the fleet. They've established 2 task forces, one in 5th Fleet in the Middle East and one in 4th Fleet in the Caribbean and South America, to again accelerate the use of unmanned and autonomous systems and artificial intelligence to support the manned platforms. The prototype vessels, unmanned systems that have been developed have operated for over 4,000 hours, navigated over 50,000 nautical miles, 97% of which has been in an autonomous mode with minimal human intervention from people operating in the operations center. There's been a number of exercises that have incorporated unmanned systems into the exercise. A surface development squadron has been established in Port Hueneme, where there now is the Remote Control Operations Center, and they are responsible for monitoring the employment of unmanned systems when they're at sea. And then finally, a new enlisted warfare specialty has been established, a robotics warfare specialist, so that the individuals that are going to operate these vessels from the operations center are properly trained to do so. And then in January of this year, Task Force 59.1 was established with its mission to focus on the operational deployment of unmanned systems in conjunction with manned operations in the Middle East. You can see the area of operations there, the same area of operations that currently is under the cognizance of 5th Fleet. And we are partnering with the United Kingdom and New Zealand in this regard. And there's a number of platforms that have been assigned to the task force in order to do this experimentation, augmentation to the manned fleet. Also in May of this year, we've had a second squadron that has been designated, and it's going to be home based in Coronado, California. And it has also received its first 4 GARCs that will be used to deploy with destroyers. And again, their mission is to test and operate these unmanned systems to determine how they can best be used to augment the manned platforms. As I mentioned, there's been a number of exercises that have been conducted over the past 2 years that have incorporated unmanned systems into the exercises. Both the Sea Hunter and the Seahawk that you see pictured here participated in the Rim of the Pacific exercise in 2022, as well as the Nomad and the Ranger. The Nomad and the Ranger are a bit 2 larger unmanned surface vessels, and they were operated from the operations center in Port Hueneme. The Sea Hunter and the Seahawk were operated by the land-based operators, and then the Nomad and the Ranger were operated by personnel embarked on manned platforms that were participating in the exercise. So here you can see RIMPAC. 30 unmanned systems were incorporated into the exercise from 26 nations. Fifth Fleet exercise, International Maritime Exercise, had 80 unmanned systems incorporated into the exercise, the largest unmanned systems exercise to date. NATO has also conducted exercises with unmanned systems. And most recently with the Integrated Battle Problem 23.2, we had Ranger, Mariner, Seahawk, and Sea Hunter deployed to the Western Pacific. So they deployed to Australia and were at sea from August of 23 until January of 24. Again, they navigated over 46,000 nautical miles during this exercise. They stayed in autonomous mode for virtually the entire exercise. Humans were only required to intervene about once every 2 weeks, and the autonomy suite on board, or the navigation system on board, was only deactivated on 13 times on all 4 vessels during that 4-month period. So we can see that the technology is improving, and that these types of vessels are becoming a reality. As far as the U.S. Navy goes, we have now had a couple of the prototype ships that have been already delivered to the fleet, so they're no longer in the experimental stage with contractors on board. So now we have 4 large unmanned surface vessels, Nomad, Ranger, Vanguard, and Mariner, 2 medium unmanned surface vessels, the Seahawk and the Sea Hunter, and then finally 1 extra large unmanned underwater vehicle, the Orca, that have all been delivered for the fleet for operations. There you can see the Nomad and the Ranger, both of them being equipped with the missile capabilities. So the expectation being that these vessels will be used to engage in belligerent acts, and if they engage in belligerent acts, they're going to have to be designated as warships. And finally, the newest of the large unmanned surface vessels, the Vanguard, that was just launched in 2024, has been equipped with 16 to 32 missile launching tubes. So again, the expectation being that it is going to be used to engage in belligerent acts. And then, as I mentioned, the first Orca was delivered to the fleet in December of last year. Primary mission, one of the primary missions for the Orca is going to be offensive mining. Again, that is a belligerent act. So if the Orca is going to be used to conduct offensive mining, it's going to have to be designated as a warship and placed on a battle force list. Other states that are developing this technology and as far as underwater vehicles go, you can see the U.S., Russia has some, China, South Korea, and then the last one there is not really an unmanned system, it's a nuclear-armed torpedo, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Ukraine has also developed an unmanned underwater vehicle over the last 2 years, and the Iranians are developing a unmanned underwater vehicle as well. As I mentioned, the Poseidon is a nuclear-armed autonomous torpedo, in effect. Both the Russians and the North Koreans have developed this technology, and what this weapon does is it has a nuclear warhead, it explodes in the ocean, it creates a radioactive tsunami, which then washes ashore and destroys a naval base or destroys a city, whatever the target might be. So in effect, it modifies the environment to cause the effect of the weapon. So it would be, in my opinion, prohibited by international law under the Environmental Modification Convention, and Russia is a party to that treaty. So it's clearly an unlawful weapon per se, and we'll see how if Russia continues to employ that system. And then we got some other countries that are also developing these unmanned systems for belligerent acts. The UK, Mad Fox, is going to be equipped with missiles, as well as the Turkish Ulak will also be capable of engaging in belligerent acts. China also developing a vessel very similar to the Sea Hunter. They probably copied it from us. It's pretty much the same design, and it, I would suspect, will also engage in belligerent acts. So as a final matter, I'll just talk about the Newport Manual on the Law of Naval Warfare. This is a document. This is not a U.S. document. It is not U.S. doctrine. It is an academic work that 9 scholars produced. I was one of the authors. And what it tries to do is it tries to restate international law, the law of naval warfare, based on state practice, not on what the authors think or want the law to be. Like if you look at the San Remo manual, there's a lot of things in the San Remo manual that are aspirational. There are things that the drafters of the San Remo manual wanted the law to be, as opposed to what states were actually doing. We try to avoid that in the Newport Manual, and as a result, we did want to incorporate some references to unmanned systems in the Newport Manual because it's a new technology that's going to be used during armed conflict, and we thought it would be important that we include it in the manual. So you can see the parts of the manual indicate or recognize the facts that warships can be both either manned or unmanned, if that's a determination for the flag state to make, and that there is no requirement for the commanding officer or the crew to be physically on board the warship. So that corresponds with what I mentioned earlier with our shore-based command center in Port Hueneme, where we have surface warfare officers and enlisted personnel that are trained in navigation, et cetera, to operate and control the unmanned surface vessels that we have. Now, right now, none of the unmanned systems that the U.S. is producing are going to be fully autonomous. At a minimum, there either is going to be a person in the loop or on the loop to be able to monitor the operations of the vessel and be able to turn it off if for whatever reason they need to do so for safety of navigation purposes or for other purposes. Back to the Newport Manual, we have section 3.3, which indicates that unmanned maritime vessels can be either autonomous, semi-autonomous, or remotely controlled. That if they are designated a warship by the flag state, then they may exercise belligerent rights and enjoy the same navigational rights that manned platforms enjoy. And we make the point of mentioning that these unmanned maritime systems are distinct from expendable weapons like mines and torpedoes. Some people will say, like the Russian Poseidon, it's a torpedo. It's not really an unmanned underwater vehicle. So we make that point, make that distinction that we're talking about actually vessels, not about an expendable weapon that you shoot and you can't retrieve. And then we talk about the rights of these systems and that they enjoy sovereign immunity, and even if one of these unmanned surface vessels is not designated a ship by the flag state, at a minimum it can still enjoy sovereign immunity from foreign jurisdiction. So that's the end of my slide. So I'll just conclude by saying that this is new technology. There's some people, some countries, some scholars that want to prevent the use of these types of systems in wartime. I mean, if you look back at the early 20th century, in the early 1900s, they wanted a lot of people in the international community wanted to eliminate submarines because they felt that they were too unpredictable, and if that would happen, Admiral Carpio wouldn't have a job today because he wouldn't have a submarine to sail on. But that didn't happen, and the same thing is going to happen with these unmanned systems. There's going to be a lot of resistance on the part of some people in the international community that are going to want to prevent the use of these systems. However, it's no longer a question as to whether or not these systems are going to be used during armed conflict, whether they are going to be incorporated into the fleet. The question is how fast it's going to happen. And I think that, as you can see from the successes that we have had in the United States with regards to the initial experimentation with these systems, that it's a viable option for that within the next few years you'll see unmanned systems integrated into the fleet, not only in the United States but in other countries as well. Thank you.
Un aplauso. Gracias, profesor.
Thank you so much, Professor, for all this presentation. Before we start with the questions, I will thank the audience to log in the QR code. We will ask you to complete this survey, please. That will be quite helpful for organizing the new events. Now, I would like to thank both speakers because truly we are experiencing a very complex context and scenario, and as you see in both presentations, the use of USVs is and to take a prototype to an operational weapon, it's a whole issue. And we also check the legal impact that could be and how important it is to develop not only weapons and systems, but also to include them within the legal concepts of in the use of means during the warfare, and the definition of those means as well, which is something basic, the understanding, for example, or to understand the essence of the threat until you can be use or analyze that threat. Let's start with the first question is for Fred, because one of the topics of all these lessons, because Fred explained very clear how all the phases and how the conflict has been progressing, and at the end he made some insights about the concepts in the modern warfare. But as you explained, Fred, there are many things that remain, as the artillery, infantry, how important is the information. And something that caught my attention, what you highlighted, which is learn and adapt. You need to learn and adapt. That is key in the battlefield. So considering how the conflicts are managed after your analysis, how we should prepare our new generations, our new officers, specifically in that topic of the speed of the communications, how the current conflicts are managed, how we can apply that concept of learn and adapt very quickly.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so I think, well, first of all, of course, excellent question, Admiral. So how to best prepare? And I think it's something that we already have in both our war colleges already, which is to emphasize not only learning doctrine and procedures as they are already written, but to continue to emphasize in training and education, but particularly the education side, creativity and being open to new ideas, and then taking that from the classroom and taking that out to your commands. And I guess I can't emphasize this enough, but being open to new ideas from when you become senior officers, from your junior officers, your petty officers, your crew, and be able to listen, because that's where the innovation, I think, is coming from right now, particularly on the Ukrainian side. It's not that there was some brilliant idea from some all-knowing person. It was a lot of junior people being creative under duress to attempt to adapt to that battlefield. So creativity in education, and then back out of your commands.
Gracias. Y para usted, doctor.
And for you, Doctor, I think it is very important, and the audience understood the importance to have a very clear the legal concepts, the legal frame. That's why the Stockton Center not only contribute with concepts of work, the handbook of work, the commander officer handbook, but also in cyber, in the Tallinn guideline. So maybe it will be good if you can explain how the Stockton Center achieved to become a benchmark or a reference in the legal frame when we use the means and warfare concepts.
Thank you for the question, Admiral. At the Stockton Center, we try to engage in activities that allow us to try to develop the law of armed conflict, the law of naval warfare, to shape it by the various documents that we produce, like the Commander's Handbook, the Newport Manual on the Law of Naval Warfare, although that is not a publication of the War College. It is authored by one of the other co-authors is Professor Kraska, who is the head of the Stockton Center, myself, and then other international experts. And we published it in the International Law Series, which is the one of the top 10 law journals in the world. It has been in existence since the late 1800s, and we are able to attract a large number of international scholars who are willing to contribute to the international law studies, and then we publish that, and it's open access. You don't have to pay for a volume of the international law studies. Anybody that goes to our website can download any document that we have on there, including the Commander's Handbook, the Law of Naval Warfare handbook that we just developed. We have a Rules of Engagement handbook that we developed, the Tallinn Manual. Mike Schmidt, who is now retired from the Stockton Center, but was at one point the director of the Stockton Center, was the principal leader in the Tallinn Manual development for the cyberspace thing. And Professor Kraska and I and Mike Schmidt just completed a annotated supplement to the Commander's Handbook. There was a annotated supplement to the Commander's Handbook that existed, that was written in 1997, but it had not been updated since then. We just completed it, and that's also online on our website, International Law Studies. And what that does is it contains all the references to support what's contained in the Commander's Handbook. So if somebody wants to say, well, what is paragraph 2.2 based on, they can go to the supplement and see what we're relying on to support that position. It's not something that we just made up. It's actually supported by something that, an international law, a treaty, or whatever it might be. So that's how we try to shape the law as much as we can, engaging in, you were here this week. We had the Conference on Ocean Law and Policy. We are now the lead for that in the United States and internationally, because it was transferred to us from the University of Virginia School of Law after John Moore retired. So to the extent that we can, we try to develop products that the operators can use, as opposed to something that is just a wishful thinking, what we want the law to be. It's, we try to develop products that explain what the law is based on state practice.
Sí, bueno, muchas gracias. Justo.
Thank you so much. This week has been quite important for us as the Peruvian Naval War College, because we've been supporting the organizing of this conference that you get the chance to attend as well, the international law. And And also in the coming weeks, we will have a planning symposium, which is the concept that Admiral Polar had that idea several years ago. And last year we start with that symposium, where we'll keep hosting that symposium every year. So as I said, in a couple of weeks, we will have that symposium organized jointly with the fleet, and we will be receiving officers from many other countries, young officers, to interact and to learn from the planning naval process. And last year, for example, we used one of the products of the Stockton Center, which is the Course of Engagement Manual, that, as you explained very well, it is a way to materialize and to put on the field the concepts of the law or the rules that you need to follow during combat. We got time for one additional question.
Vamos a darle la prioridad.
There is someone at the back that would like to make a question. Good morning. I am Lieutenant. My question is for Captain Turner. In your point of view, can you tell us how you develop the special operations in the maritime and how you apply the new technologies in that conflict? From your perspective, how the special operation has been developing and how they are integrated with the new technologies during specifically the conflict of Ukraine and Russia?
It's a great question, and it's actually one of the areas on my list of winners and losers slide that I actually had a note that I wanted to bring up separately. So thank you for reminding me of that. Particularly on, so special operations in general have played a large role, of course, for both sides. Just in general, the Russian special operators, Spetsnaz and so on, have been integral to their ground offensives. But from the maritime side in particular, we've seen the Ukrainians integrate their special operators into their tactical actions on the Crimean Peninsula, in their attack on the lines of communication for the Russians, the Kerch Bridge that Captain Pedrosa brought up, and using the special operators to be part of the human element of those uncrewed or remotely piloted vehicles. Actually there are a few good articles out there right now. The Ukrainians also in their littorals, one of the front lines, particularly in the south, is on the river, and their special operators have been critical for, particularly for reconnaissance of Russian positions, and then using them as to help target UAVs and then ultimately USVs as well. So that's the real basics of how they've integrated special operations, but it's been very important for the Ukrainians in particular.
Bueno, a ver.
Additional question? Our Navy representative from Spain. First of all, thank you so much to give the opportunity to participate in this important forum. I would like to ask about the principle of the conflict in Ukraine, or the starting of the war in Ukraine, when the Russians got an amphibian force considerable. I would like to know if the amphibious part has a specific role at the beginning of the war and at the beginning of the operations, and why finally we are seeing that the amphibious vessels were used only for logistic support.
Another great question. So early on, from my understanding, the Russians did actually use amphibious units very early on when they broke out of the Crimea and were driving east towards Mariupol, with another drive coming from the west to the east towards Mariupol. They actually landed forces on the coast in the Sea of Azov to support that operation. That's the only relatively large, it was still pretty small, amphibious operation that I'd noticed for the war. I think that the Russians wanted to use their Rapuchas and alligators, which were the primary LSTs, primary amphibious ships they had, to support a drive further to the west if the Russians had been able to capture Mykolaiv and continue on towards Odessa. I think you would have seen them used again, if they'd been able to maintain a fairly high degree of sea control. Alas, for the Russians, they were stopped before Mykolaiv, so I don't think that, of course, that operation never came off. They didn't have sufficient forces or lift to have a large enough amphibious operation by itself. It would have had to have been very closely conjoined to whatever was going on in the land. So I think that's what actually stopped them in the long run. So then that's when you see the shift to using the LSTs for logistics, which then became, of course, still targets for the Ukrainians who've been attacking Russian logistics.
And if you look at the early part initiation of the war, if you look at the nav area warning that was put out by the Spanish Navy, because they're responsible for the Black Sea, there was extensive minefields along the southern coast of Ukraine, so it would have been difficult to engage in an amphibious operation from the south, coming up from the Black Sea into the southern part of the Ukraine.
Gracias por las preguntas también.
Thank you for the questions. Closing remarks of Mr. Luis. I would like to invite Natalia, Angie, to be here on the stage, please. Natalia and Anke. First of all, I would like to thank to all the assistants, especially please the young officers coming from different countries, if you can stand up. A special thanks to all of you, because your navies allow that you can be participated in this symposium, and for the ones following us online. This photo did not start today. This photo started last Saturday when the young officers from different countries arrived to our country thanks to the invitation that we sent, and we got the chance to interact with Dr. Nochot and Voktovich in the BAP Union, the Peruvian naval ship, and we got 2 days of navigation, and during that week they got the chance to visit the Ancon base of the Marine Infantry, and today we are gathered in this auditorium. That's why we need to recognize for giving that time, and also we have to thank your navies to allow you to be visiting Lima. Also, we would like to thank the director of the Peruvian Naval Academy, Luis León Cores, because thanks to his officers, we can be able to use this auditorium. Also, I would like to thank my whole team, specifically Mario Vinatea Camere, who is around. He's always the person behind all these international events, and with his experience and knowledge, we were able to bring all the team and all the officers that worked very hard the whole academic year, that specifically worked very hard to prepare all these events. As well, I would like to thank the assistance of the officers of the Peruvian Naval War and the different academies and schools, the admirals who are teachers, our special guest, the teachers of the Peruvian Naval Academy, and especially I would like to thank those institutions that helped to carry out this event. Conrad, I saw Flor Pinares around there. We also got students coming from Lima University. We got the former alumni of the CEAT course and director, Admiral Veran. And also I would like to thank the U.S. Naval War College, the Chinese University, that make possible that the speakers that are here can share during these days their
moment. Thank you very much for being here. Y muchas gracias a todos a los que nos.
And thank you so much for the ones that are following online. So with it, I consider us closed this international symposium. Thank you, and a warm applause to all of you.
La Marina de Guerra del Perú.
The Peruvian Naval War College, thanks to all of you, your kind assistance, for the ones connected online and the ones that are here. Thank you so much.